Sena ke sebaka sa go rapela ka setso kgotsa gona go ipobola. Ke a leboga le ka nna. Ke Order, honorable members, can we be settled? The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the chief whip of the majority party. I will now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. To honorable members of this august House, I hereby move that this House suspends Rule 290 subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled. For the purpose of conducting the second reading today on the Special Appropriation Bill 24 of 2004 and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, I so move, Honorable House Chair, and to the House.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. I will now ask the secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Special Appropriation Bill.
The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I hereby move that this House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objection to that?
House Chair, please note the objections of the day.
Noted,
Note the objection of the EFF.
noted,
And the objection of the FF plus.
And the
noted.
ICDP, thank you.
Thank you. With the objections raised, the report is thus agreed to. The secretary will read the second order.
First reading debate, Special Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Honorable Buthelezi, Chairperson of the Appropriation Committee.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the African National Congress supports the 2022 Special Appropriation Bill. The reason we support this bill and its allocation is because the spend is on infrastructure. The bill is about railroads and indeed manufacturing, underlining the centrality of infrastructure in the economy. A man by the name of William Clinton notes, I quote, "It turns out that advancing equal opportunity and economic empowerment is both morally right and good economics, because discrimination, poverty, and ignorance restrict growth, while investment in education and infrastructure and scientific and technological research increase it, creating more good jobs and new wealth for all of us," I unquote. The quote above summarizes our approach to infrastructure development in our country. The bill allocates 30.1014 billion rand to the Department of Public Enterprises and Department of Transport. 23.736 billion goes to Department of Transport to recapitalize Sanral. 6.278 billion rand goes to the Department of Public Enterprises. This allocation is divided between Denel who receives 3.378 billion rand, and Transnet receives 2.9 billion rand. It is now common cause that the floods in KZN and in the Eastern Cape destroyed a lot of infrastructure, both economic and social. Schools, shops, hospitals, and houses were washed away, leaving many people without schools or homes. That is why even today, thousands of our people are still displaced. Many learners are still using temporary classrooms. So when you oppose this bill, you are saying those kids should continue. Exactly. So it's very important to consider that, honorable members. It is also true that rails, pylons, OTA stations were also not spared. This was an unfortunate addition to the destruction caused by COVID-19 pandemic and July unrest. Apart from destroying infrastructure, this led to subdued economic performance and high levels of unemployment. But as you are all witnesses, the ANC government did not just fold its hands. It had to respond to the tragedy. We committed to rebuilding. Our response was the ERRP, get the economy back to growth trajectory. Announcing the ERRP to the joint sitting of Parliament, the President, His Excellency Ramaphosa said, I quote, infrastructure has immense potential to stimulate investment and growth to develop other economic sectors and create sustainable employment, both direct and indirectly. He continued to say our infrastructure bid program will focus on social infrastructure such as schools, water, sanitation, and housing for the benefit of our people. If you say no to this bill, it means you are saying that we should not continue with the rebuilding. I'm reminding you what the ANC government has said before, and this special appropriation bill continues on that path to economic recovery. It is nothing new, honorable members. We also know that an infrastructure fund of 100 billion rand was set, and this was aimed at crowding in private sector investment. Honorable members, before some of us get excited, this recapitalization by the shareholder is dealing by and large with an external shock. This happens even in private sector, nothing new. We are dealing by and large by an external shock, and as a responsible government, we must respond to this economic tsunami. Chairperson, the point that usually eludes those who are against government recapitalization of SOEs is that the biggest beneficiaries of these allocations, if I may repeat, the biggest beneficiaries of these allocations are private sector companies. It is them that get appointed to do work for many of the SOEs. We now know that if government does not spend on infrastructure, it is not just SOEs that suffer, but private companies too. It is not just a matter of correlation. There's proven causality, as we saw during the Soccer World Cup. Honorable members, an elephant in the room has been the Gauteng, honorable members, an elephant in the room has been the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, GFIP, popularly known as e-tolls. Due to non-payment of e-tolls, this created many problems for Sanral. The biggest being its inability to service the debt without taking from other important programs. This resulted in the deterioration of our roads, not just in Gauteng, but other parts of the country. The pronouncement by the Minister of Finance during his MTBPS is the breath of fresh air. He said government proposes to make an initial allocation of 23.7 billion rand from the national fiscus, which will be dispersed on strict conditions. We support that. The bill is also avails 3.378 billion rand to Dinel. The problems of Dinel are well known. The intellectual property and capabilities of Dinel are among the best in the world. Its financial position has made it difficult to continue with its business. But even more painful was to see the employees of Dinel going for months without any form of payment. Honorable members, as we decide how to vote on this bill, let's pause for a moment and think of those men and women, those patriots who stood with the company despite all these challenges. Let us think of their families. Let us think of those children who had to leave school, universities, because the parents could not pay their fees. Honorable members, please think of the families who have been taken out of their houses, not because of them, but because the company did not have money to pay them. I say this because the workers of Dinel are owed about R1 billion. Let workers be a priority when this bill is passed. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Sarpen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, this is the second special appropriation bill that this Parliament is dealing with in this current term of office. The last special appropriations bill gave 59 billion rand to ESCOM. And I don't need to unpack the consequences of that bill, Honorable Finance Minister. It was before your time, so I'll give you, I won't blame you for it. But let's not forget, we now have more load shedding than ever before, and ESCOM debt is an insurmountable problem despite that 59 billion allocation.
Nee, achtbare lid April. Asseblief.
Chair, my 10 seconds of my time was lost to that, so I ask your
No, I'm
indulgence.
watching. Immediately I speak, they stop it. I'm very aware. Don't worry. Don't
Thank you,
worry.
Chair. I appreciate your attention there. One of the reasons that the ESCOM bailouts did not resolve any of the problems was because the previous finance minister imposed such weak conditions on SOE bailouts that nothing was done to fix the problems. Most of the conditions for the bailouts in the past included standards around financial reporting and being tax compliant. That's pointless because it's required by law already. Bailout conditions should be tough and enforce reforms at state-owned companies. Otherwise, it becomes a blank check, which is what the ESCOM special appropriation bill was. Now, this bill is going to give 30 billion rand in bailouts to state-owned companies. Honorable Buthelezi, 30 billion rand in bailouts, 3.3 billion for Denel, 2.9 billion for Transnet, 24 billion for Sanral. And we know from the testimony at the State Capture Commission, as well as the reports from that commission, that far more was looted from Denel and Transnet. Let me start with Sanral, however. It was clear that the chosen model for the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project was wrong and led to a debt crisis at the entity. And for years, the DA proposed alternatives to the system in the Gauteng legislature. For years, we warned that the system was administratively burdensome and expensive. And for years, we warned that consumers in Gauteng were too tightly squeezed to pay this additional tax that was called e-tolls. The ANC did not listen in the Gauteng legislature, and here we are providing Sanral with a bailout of 24 billion rand. And if you want to know what the alternative solutions are, some of my colleagues from the Gauteng legislature, Honorable Papa, Honorable Creasy are here, Honorable Buthelezi, have a chat to them, they can tell you. Now, at Transnet, between 2009 and 2018, a looting frenzy occurred. The Zondo Commission found that there was a racketeering system embedded into Transnet from which the Gupta family were the main beneficiaries. 41 billion rand in irregular contracts were awarded through Transnet. That is 72% of all the contracts that are estimated to have been part of the state capture process. At Denel, we also know that a key supplier at Denel was purchased by the Gupta family in order to further an agenda. But this is the third Denel bailout that I've witnessed in my time in the Appropriations Committee in the last 3 years and a bit. In August 2019, Denel got 1.8 billion from the state. In 2020, Denel got 576 million rand. What happened to all that money? Why were the workers not paid? Why are we in this crisis? And the public are now being asked to pay back the Gupta money. South Africans are being asked to surrender their taxes to pay back this money at a time of a cost of living crisis, with record food and fuel prices, and taxpayer money is instead being used to refund SOEs that were looted by the ANC's friends and former leaders. The relief on the fuel levy was ended because the government could not afford it, but there's 30 billion rand for bailouts. Millions of households are struggling to afford food, but instead of reducing VAT and critical food items, there is money for bailouts. So today the government is telling the public that there is no money for their needs. There's no money for squeezed households, but there is money for bailouts. This bill represents the near moral bankruptcy of the ANC, which is leading to the actual bankruptcy of the country. It cannot be supported, and the DA will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and what a nice color of red you are having on. House Chair, the special appropriation bill before the National Assembly is tabled by the Minister of Finance to give money to Denel, Transnet, and Sanral. The bill wants to give Denel 3.4 billion, Transnet 2.9 billion, and Sanral 23.7 billion. This is not the first time that we have been asked to pass a special appropriation bills to give SOEs money, yet we have nothing to show for it. In 2021, we gave SAA well over 2.7 billion, yet it was sold for 51 rand to the friends and cronies of the Minister of Public Enterprise. In 2015, we appropriated more than 23 billion to ESCOM and were told that the money will use to improve the electricity generation. But today, we are subjected to permanent electricity blackouts. A man who failed to manage a beverage packaging company is entrusted to manage complex utility without any tangible experience. It is true what the Minister of Resource and Energy, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, is saying. Mr. Director has neither the technical nor the intelligence capacity, nor the commitment to lead and salvage ESCOM. We bring ESCOM up as an example because Parliament continues to pass special appropriations and failed to hold those that are entrusted with public money responsible. The Department of Public Enterprise and the National Treasury continues to introduce these special appropriations bills without practical, believable, and implementable plans to salvage SOEs. The money that are given to the NEL and Transnet is not going to make any difference. If any, it is throwing good money to bad management. Mr. Pravin Gordhan does not have the commitment or the capacity to salvage SOEs. In fact, he does not care. How can you care when your entire program is to privatize independent and depend on collapsing the very SOEs? The men have been in charge of the ministry for nearly 5 years, and they have survived all the time by telling us of non-existing dark forces and pretending that he represents some good in a rotten ANC. The reality is that we are passing a special appropriation to give Transnet and the NEL money without concrete, tangible plan to salvage the SOEs. We are not saying this because we believe the current administration has an understanding or appreciation of meaningful roles of strategic SOEs. We know that they don't have. What needs to be done, House Chair? With regards to Transnet, we need to reverse the madness of port privatization and allow Transnet the strategic money and necessary support to improve the efficiency of all ports and ensure that trains carrying goods between ports and the market are busy, Chairperson of the committee. And as part of the sustainable solution is the Transnet from Public Enterprise Ministry to Transport. With regards to the NEL, House Chair, we need to revise the orders that Mr. Pravin found when he took over and deliberately collapsed to ensure that the NEL was brought to his knees at the expense of workers who would not get paid salaries that could feed their families and lost their properties. Like Transnet, the NEL needs to move to the Ministry of Defense, and let's allow people who understand the workings of military landscapes, sorry, to salvage the NEL. Lastly, we want to remind the public that we rejected the e-tolls, refused to pay them, and we remain resolute, we're not gonna pay them. SANRAL must reorganize its strategies and launch large-scale projects of road rebuilding, using labor-intensive methods to create jobs. For every rand we spend building roads, the majority of it goes to local produce materials and labor. The EFF rejects the special appropriation bill until there is clear strategy to salvage and rebuild our SOEs instead of throwing money to enterprises when there are no people who have the intention, or when there are people that are having the intention is to deliberately collapse these very own SOEs. We reject this bill. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Inkosi Buthelezi.
Kapisa. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Year in, year out, we talk on the same issues relating to the need for money to be allocated to state-owned entities in order to support their crippling operations. We do this with hope that it will change. However, it never does. And again, we have to dedicate money to fight their battles while leaving our people in the dark. We do not support the continuous bailout of SOEs. However, we also have to acknowledge that the government's weaknesses to keep these entities functionally at the optimal best has placed us where we are right now. If we allow them to go down, then we as a country go down with it. Our only hope is that these amounts of money set aside and allocated is used to address the problems facing these entities and actually yield a positive result in this time. The importance of the services that entities and the Department of Public Enterprise offers to our people is insurmountable, but we need them to actually work so that people can enjoy these services. It's high time, Honorable Chair, that accountability measures are effected, as we cannot keep on paying lip service to the same issues with little change. We do not and should not be expected to abuse taxpayers' money in this way, and then all we offer them is non-working entities while we inject so much money into them. Many of our other departments, like Department of Education, are barely holding together because of the skeleton funding they are allocated, yet we are able to gamble with this money and put it into SOEs that refuse to turn around and also put money into the pockets of the corrupt. We trust that our people are put at the top of the agenda this time around, and that the money is accompanied by fulfillment of services that each SOEs is mandated to. We as the IFP call that this money allocated to public enterprise and transport be used for exactly what is meant for, and that this time there is actual difference in their output. The IFP supports this report, Honorable Chairperson. Siyabonga kakhulu Mvulane, into yakwethu lena, sir.
Thokoza, Mhlonishwa.
Sipulahle report. I still have some minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Vessels.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Sorry to do this, Chairperson. Honorable Kwankwa, who's going to be speaking after Freedom Front, I think, says he's having a problem. His microphone is off. He can't gain access. If somebody can please assist him. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the Honorable Buthelezi seems befuddled. He talks about voting against this bill means voting against classrooms, voting against infrastructure, and voting against the poor. I think he's confused. I'm not sure if he has the correct bill. The Honorable Sarupin is correct when he says that this bill is bailouts. And then the Honorable Buthelezi makes a very strange turn and says the biggest beneficiaries of these, let's call it bailouts, although he used another name, is private companies. That might be so, but which companies? The companies of your comrades and your friends that already looted the money of these state-owned entities. But the most important point is who are the biggest losers of this bill? The people out there paying taxes, the poor not getting services. Because who destroyed it now? It didn't just happen that they have financial troubles. The ANC government. What is appropriated here is money for a turnaround plan. Agbare voorsitter, daar is niks waaraan die ANC-regering geraak het, wat nie 'n omkeerplan nodig het nie. En nie een van daai omkeerplanne werk ooit nie. Niks daarvan werk nie, want u steel dan nog die geld van die omkeerplan. Hierdie geld wat hier toegeken word, gaan weer eens net gemors word, gaan weer eens net gesteel word. En dit als kon voorkom geword het. Kom ons vat etol. Die oppositie het in hierdie huis, in wetgewers, oral gewaarsku. We said that it's ill-considered, and now what's happening? Now the taxpayer must foot the bill for something that was ill-considered and a failure from the start. And that's what you must start admitting to the people out there. This special appropriation bill is the epitome of failing the people out there, taking money that should be used to improve our healthcare system, to improve infrastructure out there, but it's being used to turn around looted state-owned entities. The Honorable Buthelezi says that poverty restricts growth. That is true. But restricted growth causes poverty. And then we should go and look, what is the cause of restricted economic growth in South Africa? ANC policies, looting, corruption, and complete and utter mismanagement of public funds. That is what causes the poverty and inequality in South Africa. And then we are expected to vote for this special appropriation bill.
Jou tyd is verstreke.
Honorable April moet stil bly en dink aan Kroonstad.
Wait, honorable member, Honorable April, you do that again, you will be out of the platform. We don't do that. It's a warning. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you. Let me conclude, Chairperson. If members of the ruling party today really think about the people out there, they will vote against this bill. They will think with their conscience and not just party alignment, but they will think about the poor out there and vote against this, because this is not in the interest of the people out there. This is in the interest of yourself, and you must admit why this bailouts are necessary. But you don't do that because you come here with rhetoric and with stories that the people out there aren't buying anymore. Ons moet ontslaa raak van die hele spul. Dankie.
Baie dankie. Agbare lid Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report. The staggering 30 billion that is allocated by the special appropriation bill. And yes, some of these funds are needed to repair flood damaged infrastructure. But much of it, as previous speakers have indicated, is as a result of previous looting and corruption that took place and is pointed out in the Zondo report. And Minister Provan Gordhan refers to me from the ACDP as the point of contact for state capture. So I want to just emphasize, if one looks at the cumulative spend on SOE bailouts for the last 20 years up to 2020, it amounts to a staggering 187.4 billion. And much of those funds were reported in the Zondo Commission as having been looted and stolen. For example, Transnet, 41 billion in irregular contracts, 72% of all contracts. So yes, something may be done about it, but at the moment we know that our taxpayers, our households, our businesses are really struggling financially. And we appreciate that part of the tax windfall is having to be used now for this bailout. And then the question arises as to what has been the return. Sadly, Eskom is failing, Transnet is failing, PRASA cannot run the trains, the Land Bank has defaulted, Post Bank is in a shocking state. Every one of these entities has been broken and needs repair. And sadly, the taxpayer is again asked to finance these repairs. Now, the finance condition of many of these state-owned companies remains exceptionally weak. And this has also been aggravated not only by looting and corruption, by the effects of external impacts, as pointed out, floods, and of course, the Russia-Ukraine war. But when one looks at, for example, the significant bailout of 23.7 billion to SANRAL as a result of what is put as repayment of maturing debt and debt-related obligations, this is clearly as a result of the e-tolls and the lack of payment there. And this is a matter of great concern. Now, the Appropriation Committee in its report, and I'm grateful for the hard work that the members of this committee did, has pointed out that the provision of continuous financial support for SOEs directly from the fiscus will continue to compromise social programs for the poor and other developmental obligations. And this the ACDP agrees with. And that's why we emphasize the point that these bailouts must come to an end because of the impact that they are having when those much needed funds could rather be used for households and businesses. And therefore, regrettably, the ACDP will not support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nkwankwa, if you are not back, we will allow you until before the speaker number 15. engages. If we go beyond speaker number 15, unfortunately, we won't be able to take you. We proceed to ATM. NFP, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, the National Freedom Party supports the report of the Special Appropriation Bill 2022. Having said that, Chairperson, we want to raise a few of our concerns. First of all, the continuous bailout of state-owned entities. We find ourselves in a predicament that if we do not bail these institutions out, of course, they're going to collapse overnight. And as you are aware, that many of these institutions are responsible for job creation, even though they have not met the expectation, but also responsible for providing essential services in the country. If you look at Denel, Chairperson, the pride of South Africa many years ago is in a state of collapse. We have now got confirmation that Denel has not been sold. But of course, we also have confirmation that Denel has quite a sizable order book. So we are hopeful that with this assistance that is provided to Denel, they'll be able to turn Denel around and make it the success it was once. On the issue of Transnet, Chairperson, I want to raise some concerns. You know, the rail network particularly, if you look at what has happened in the ports and why many shipping companies are now diverting to other ports because of the not only the strike that affected them, but very importantly, about the poor quality of the delivery of services at these ports, the waiting time and things like that, which is costing them a lot of money. These matters need to be addressed. If not, these ports will become white elephants in any event. But very importantly, on the issue of road, you know, we are appropriating these special appropriation funds for the purposes of rehabilitating particularly infrastructure that, if maintained properly in the first place, will not need additional funding. And so basically speaking, you know, we often use the argument of flooding and things in the country. But what has given rise to the stateless infrastructure is the poor maintenance of it and no ongoing maintenance. And that is the problem that we tend to have. You know, Chairperson, every state-owned entity is in trouble. When and exactly when can we have a turnaround in this country where the state-owned companies, like many other countries all over the world, are a success and an asset to particularly the people, the taxpayers, the 13% only that pay taxes in this country. So I think while we support this, we are not satisfied with the state-owned companies and their performance. And I think some measures must be put to turn these around. The NFP supports this special appropriation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Makhoshi Dikgane.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The African National Congress, okay, let me start by saying our Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, our Chief Whip, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable members, we are in the midst of the period where we are pushing against the demon of abuse against women and children, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Indeed, we are part and parcel of all those progressive men and women of the world who are saying this far, no further. Let this abuse stop. I therefore, honorable members, dedicate my debate today to the rural women and children who have been victims of this abuse. Please know that we are with you and we will leave no stone unturned in stopping this barbaric behavior. The ANC supports the 2022 Special Appropriation Bill. We support the 30.014 billion rands, which is being allocated by the bill, because that will lead to economic growth and create more jobs. Chairperson, I will focus on the allocation to public enterprise and in particular to what goes to Transnet. Transnet is the backbone of transport in our country. It is also the backbone of the economy of our country. Also, thousands of our people are employed by Transnet. So the health and Transnet is very important. We agree with the Minister of Finance when we argues that companies should be self-sufficient and must contribute to economic growth. But we are equally in agreement when he says, so as balance sheets are being restored and those who looted and mismanaged them are being held accountable. We have little choice but to act to keep these key services running. Honorable members, this bill allocated 2.9 billion rands to Transnet. Perhaps it is important at this stage to share with you what happened to necessitate this recapitalization. The floods, mainly in KZN, led to a lot of destruction of Transnet infrastructure, rail, bridges, substations, and etc. Also, copper theft has been at its highest. In fact, it is estimated that Transnet lost about 500 kilometers of copper from this vandalization. The chairperson of the committee argued here that Transnet is the backbone of both transport and the economy. Yes, it is. If Transnet copes, the whole economy catches a cold. Hence, immediate intervention by the shareholder is critical. The recapitalization of 2.9 billion rands is to ensure the return of out-of-service locomotives. These locomotives were suspended following allegations of corruption by some of the suppliers of locomotives, including CRRC, a Chinese company manufacturing locomotives. A total of 1,064 locomotives were out of service. Needless to say, honorable members, this impacted services negatively. The availability of locomotives made it difficult for Transnet to meet the demand from our customers. Even those that were there, their reliability was hugely undermined. Transnet lost a lot of money in the process. We had a situation when demand was bigger than supply of locomotives. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has led to bigger demand of South African commodities at even unseen prices. That meant, as Transnet, due to unavailability of locomotives, could not optimally take advantage of that. Honorable members, we heard earlier on the SARS is getting over 80 billion rands as a windfall, mainly because of performance of commodities. It is not exaggeration to urge that if Transnet had enough locomotives, our fiscals would be looking even much better. I'm sharing this information with you, honorable members, to show critical this investment is for the whole economy of our country. Last week, SCOA had a meeting with Transnet when we were processing the bill. When we inquired from them, we can't. They fund this from their own resources. Obviously, COVID-19 is a factor. KZN floods destroyed a lot of their infrastructure. Floods losses are estimated at 7 billion rands. Yes, 7 billion rands. Insurance only paid 1.8 billion rands. The difference has to come from their own reserves. And another shifting of 2.9 billion rand from DSD effected by National Treasury to allow them to fund emergency capex requirements. There is no doubt that the floods impact was huge and devastating to Transnet businesses. We welcome the definitive settlement agreement between Transnet on one hand or OEMS on the other, which includes CRRC and Bombardier Alstom on the other. Therefore, honorable members, these 2.7 billion rands will allow a total of 2224 locomotives to return to service between December and March 2024. Transnet also need new locomotives dealing with return of non-operating locomotives. Will also free it to acquire new ones. They will do that mainly relying on their balance sheet. Between now and March 2024, a total of 168 locomotives will be delivered. This will give much needed oxygen to Transnet and business. That's why we support the recapitalization, honorable members. Let me add some other very important benefits to economy which will accrue from bringing back the locomotives. Transnet freight rail will gain about 10.104 million tons of freight, and in the process, getting 2.122 billion of revenue. Approximately 185.137 billion foreign earnings will be earned because of this initiative. Honorable members, unavailability of trains has led to the proliferation of trucks in our roads. This has been accompanied by many accidents. The horrific accident that took place in Opongolo, killing about 20 learners, still haunt us. It is this very important to remove those trucks from our roads. Transnet estimates about 2 million trucks which will move off over roads, and that will reduce the accidents in our roads.
Thank you
We
very
therefore
much.
hope that-
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order, honorable members, we now recognize AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Honorable Kwankwa, are you back? If not, we proceed to the DA. Honorable Minam.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Here we have another appropriations debate and another bailout. It's pretty common cause that spoiled kids that fail to launch are the result of overindulgent parents who facilitate the problem and continue to reinforce bad behavior. South African SOEs are exactly that kid. Bloated, lazy, and untrustworthy of any responsibility, addicted to bailouts, operating in a protectionist environment where they don't have to compete, figuratively lying on the couch with a PlayStation, fed by a sugar drip of taxpayers' money, constantly provided by an indulgent parent who thinks that if they just provide enough support and love, the kid will miraculously rise from the couch and become a high-performing professional. This is not how it works. So what kind of codependency relationship are we dealing with today? Today, we have a proposed additional allocation of some 30 billion to be distributed to certain public enterprises. 3.378 billion to Denel for the implementation of its turnaround strategy. Although how you turn an organization around that is that deeply in debt is questionable. It owes hundreds of millions, hasn't paid its staff, seems to have lost most of its intellectual property in a deeply dodgy deal with Saudi Arabia, and has been selling core assets. 2.9 is allocated to Transnet for the repairs and maintenance of locomotives and flood damage. Again, despite a highly protectionist environment and a monopoly over ports, Transnet just can't seem to overcome its love for other people's money. And yet more billions to the South African Roads Agency as they continue to block the arteries of the economy. This is much worse than a sugar drip. It is a full-blown drug dependency with the ANC government acting as a supplier and facilitator of this addiction. These bailouts are not fiscally sound. The Financial and Fiscal Commission implored government to include stringent conditions that deter these SOEs from indulging in morally hazardous behavior. The FFC further cautioned against the use of a special appropriation bill to provide funding for Sanral, Denel, and Transnet atop of the adjustments appropriation bill, as this signals financial uncertainty, perpetuating the cycle of bailing out poorly performing SOEs. And why are bailouts bad? Paul Faulkner, the famous American economist who was chairman of the Federal Reserve and who in the US tamed inflation and allowed the US economy to boom, and boy, do we need that in this country, argued that bailouts promote a centralized bureaucracy by allowing government powers to choose winners and losers in the economy. They signal to recipients that they can take reckless risks, and if the risks are realized, taxpayers will pay the losses. The danger is the spread of moral hazard, which could make the next crisis much bigger. In economic terms, the term moral hazard refers to a situation where a party lacks the incentive to guard against the financial risk due to being protected from any potential consequences, which is a pretty good description of our slacker kid of the South African SOEs. How many bailouts does this House routinely process every year? Billions of rands. In the dystopian reality of the South African economy, SOEs continue to lurch from bailout to bailout like a never-ending rerun of The Walking Dead, constantly searching for more sustenance as the South African taxpayer hides from the shuffling zombies in an attempt not to be consumed. Indeed, it is the members of this House who continue to feed this national Nyope addiction of SOEs, allowing them to feed on the carcass of a South African economy while being herded to some Stalinist horizon stalked by the 4 horsemen of the ANC, namely corruption, inflation, state capture, and bankruptcy. The DA opposes these bailouts.
Thank you. Honorable members, thank you. I just want to explain this monitor here by the podium. This monitor will count you. When you are left with 15 seconds, it turns red and it goes to 0. And sometime after that, that's when I call that your time is up. If you proceed, it will count upwards. So some people leave the podium, they see 7 or they see 8. That's a bonus. So don't blame me and say, no, I had 7 seconds left. It's because it is counting upwards after your time has lapsed. So let's not fight about it. Thank you very much. Honorable Kaiso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, the leader of the majority party, the minister. Yes. You see, Honorable Chair and members, various speakers who stood here did not offer any solution to what we should be doing with regards to the special appropriation bill. And that is a problem. Honorable Chair, the ANC vision for the South African economy is guided by the Freedom Charter. In particular, the injunction that the people, quote, the people shall share in the country's wealth. This informs the ANC government commitment to managing the economy, not only in a manner that is growth enhancing, but to ensure that the pace and the pattern of growth is inclusive and transforms our society. The unfavorable global economic environment has put a strain on our economic development and potential for job creation, which causes frustration among many people, particularly the poor. As stated by Amical Cabral once, once people want a better life, he said, quote, always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in one's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward and to guarantee the future of their children, unquote. The special appropriation bill broadly aims to respond to some of the developmental challenges we face as a country and intends to guarantee better future to those who come after us. The bill therefore proposes for SANRAL to be appropriated 23.7 billion rand out of the National Revenue Fund for SANRAL for the redemption of government guaranteed debt and maintaining a healthy balance sheet. SANRAL debt guarantee exposure is increased by 11.7 billion to 49.1 billion as at the end of 2021-22 financial year, mainly due to accrued interest and re-evaluation of inflation-linked bonds. A total of 47 billion rand for SANRAL debt will be shared between Gauteng, provincial government and national government. There will be a 30% to 70% split between government, Gauteng provincial government and national treasury to unlock the impasses surrounding Gauteng Freeway improvement project. An amount of 23 billion rand, 23.7 billion rand of the 47 billion rand debt will mature soon and will be paid by the national government. And Gauteng provincial government has a consequence resolve to set up task teams that will look at sources of funding for the 30% share of Gauteng Freeway improvement project debt and to investigate how the entire e-toll infrastructure can be repurposed to deal with crime issues. The Gauteng provincial government has indicated that it intended to stagger repayment of its 30% share in respect of the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project debt over 20 years in order to avoid pressure on the province finances, delivery of social services, and other basic developmental deliverables for the people of Gauteng. These interventions are critical as they resolve the long-standing dissatisfaction expressed by the commuters against e-tolls. This is demonstrative of ANC-led government that is always prepared to listen and correct its policy mistakes. A proposed total of 3.4 billion rand was allocated to DNL for the implementation of its turnaround strategy. DNL requires estimated of 5.2 billion rand in capitalization to restructure and turn the company around to profitability. From this, 3.4 billion will be received from proposed recapitalization in the bill, while the balance of 1.8 billion will be raised through the sale of DNL non-core assets. Based on the progress to date as the African National Congress, we are confident that DNL will be able to raise the 1 billion rand from the sale of its own asset over the next 6 months to augment the recapitalization and complete the turnaround and the restructuring process. There are prospects that no further bailouts request is foreseen in the short term, in the short to medium term. Their main should be ensuring the sustainability of the entity, which is essential for our developmental imperatives. DNL must be seen as crucial to South Africa, not only because it generates jobs, but also because it plays a crucial part in the country's national defense portfolio. The South African National Defense Force will be forced to rely on imports without DNL, who is able to supply it with variety of defense equipment. This will in turn undermine the integrity of the country's sovereignty. Our state-owned enterprises must be treated with great sensitivity as they are essential to our developmental agenda. We have a democratic and revolutionary responsibility to ensure their preservation and sustainability, and we cannot allow them to fail and be disposed to detriment of our development agenda. There are some amongst us who believe we should be auctioning off our state-owned enterprise to the private sector because they are under the control of black government. Forgetting that under apartheid, they nationalized state assets for the benefit of the white people. In other words, they built a white empire. Today, they want black people to accept that discriminated and oppressed black people do not deserve to have state entities that support their upliftment through growth and development. There is no developing country anywhere that outsources its developmental imperative to private sector. It would be the most illogical, senseless thing to do. Even advanced economies maintain their state-owned companies for the support and sustenance of growth in the economy. In actual fact, yes, because you apply a chicken theory. You pour a grain, you chase it, it comes again. You forget what you did during your so-called president, Paul Kruger, during the apartheid colonial regime period, who started to nationalize the state-owned assets, and now you have forgotten that. In actual fact, the state has been in the center of many technological advancements with the private sector. And now, the state investment is needed to engage in risk-taking and the creation of new vision, rather than just fixing market failures. People must be reminded that the global financial crisis of 2008 was caused by the private sector and not the public sector. In actual fact, in the public money that bailed out the private sector from the crisis, the the private sector created itself, as opposed to what the Freedom Front is saying. There is therefore no scientific basis for us to privatize our state enterprise as at the detriment of the people of this country and for the benefit of the beneficiary of apartheid. As the African National Congress will never sell out the
Thank you
people
very
of
much.
South Africa and appease the rich. The African National Congress supports this special appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Finance.
Phasisemkile Chair indishiyile.
Andizokuphendula ngoba uyazi ukuthi kusetshenzwa njani.
Dina 7 minutes.
Chuba.
I thought na 10 unbekela 7.
Na i-7 yakho baba. Ikulindile.
Okay. Honorable House Chair, thank you for the opportunity to engage on the special appropriation bill. Crucial to begin with the outlook. The macroeconomic conditions of sluggish global growth, elevated inflation, accelerated interest rate hikes, and heightened disruptions in the power supply and worsening inequality are key challenges for us. We outlined in the strategy what we called are the fiscal strategy priorities. Among those things, achieving fiscal sustainability by narrowing the budget deficit and stabilizing debt, increasing spending on policy priorities such as security and infrastructure, and other frontline service delivery activities in order to promote economic growth. That means, as another honorable member was saying here, we're carrying out social expenditure. I must gallop in the light of having 7 minutes, Honorable Chairperson, by dealing with the state-owned enterprises and make the point that this funding is intended to support growth. Is intended to support growth. I'm going to go to each state-owned enterprises and explain how does that work. But I must say, preconditions and post-conditions will be applied. Strict ones for that matter that are biting. I accept Honorable Swartz was saying the amount is 187 billion. In fact, ESCOM alone is about 230 billion. Between 2007 and now, SAA is 46 billion. Those are the things we need to address. What are we trying to achieve? All of these state enterprises have got preconditions. For instance, Denel has already met some of them. Denel has already raised about 900 million rand on non-core assets in order to comply with these conditions. Denel, as I have indicated, is intended to supply our National Defense Force. They've got an order book of about 12 billion rand. So the amount we're giving them is to be able to do what is called their turnaround strategy and be able to deliver on that. Transnet has got challenges. Some of them is not only people talk about all of these things. There are challenges in relation to the past. But what are the key challenges facing Transnet? First one was the locomotive challenges. Secondly, there are, of course, operational efficiencies which they're addressing. And thirdly, vandalism has impacted on Transnet. Even there will be preconditions amongst those. Amongst those is structural reforms in those Transnet. For instance, on the rail infrastructure, bring in a private sector competition. The same applies with ports. Sandral is of a different nature, Chairperson. Sandral's problem is caused by all of us in this room. Nabo, yeah,
Not a single party did not participate in the campaign against it all in Gauteng. Not a single party. And with effect on the balance sheet of Sandra. Sandra's problem is a political problem than its own of efficiency. And therefore, by dealing with that political problem, taking the debt of Sandra in order for Sandra to be able to be effective. On Monday, I enjoyed to be part of a group of people who did two things. Sandra is building now, using his balance sheet, the road from Kokstad to Matatiel, R56. Sandra is building Mtendu Bridge. Interesting enough, when I was working there, I realized that over the next 3-4 years, in that part of the region, we'll be spending about 13 billion. So it is, all of these things must take into account. What we're trying to do, we're trying to improve the balance sheet of these institutions in order for them to meet our developmental objectives. But in doing so, we are going to make sure that there are efficiency gain in the delivery of those objectives. That's why even on ESCOM, we said we're not going to take the money in one day, we're taking over a 2 or 3 period, so that in each phase, we must derive efficiency gains. So it is incorrect for members to think that it's purely a bailout and unconditional bailout. We're improving their balance sheet for them to be able to deliver on those objectives. So, Mr. Chairperson, this special appropriation represents therefore a balancing act given the many competing priorities, the limited resources at our disposal, and the need to address priority areas that will secure a path to higher growth and fiscal sustainability. It's not going to crowd out social programs. If we look at the medium-term budget policy, statement which we've signed, we've highlighted that key focus areas, health, education, infrastructure, the police, I can attest to that. As we speak, we're employing 10,000 police this year. Over the MTF, we'll be putting together another 15,000. It can be done correctly, be argued that we're crowding out social infrastructure. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Siyabulela, Mhlonishwa. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the first reading debate special appropriations. Are there any objection to the special appropriation bill being read a first time? The Honorable Kwahube.
House Chair, we call for a division, please.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 10 minutes. Yep.
Recording stopped.
The first one we do that will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, may I find out from the table if we do have a quorum? We do, thank you. Honorable members, party whips are then going to be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order, honorable members. Now that we have confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Honorable members, the numbers that you will be giving must correlate with what the ICT has, especially when we talk about members on the virtual platform. We must be accurate. If you have a problem of not being able to count, please ask the table to assist you. The voting, the question before the House is that adjustment appropriation bill be read a first time. And the voting will now commence. Doors are closed, chamber is locked, and no member on the virtual platform is allowed to come in now. Whips, are you able to confirm? Yes, Honorable Singh?
Honorable Chair, I'm sorry to disturb you when we're doing voting, but is it not the special appropriation bill that we are voting on? Adjustments.
Yes.
I think you said adjustments.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, anyway, thank you for the correction if I said so. Can you start with the ANC? Please give us the number of members in the House, members on the virtual platform, and give us the total.
Thank you very much, House Chair and honorable members. The ANC in physical attendance here is 22. Mashumama Bedi Amzumibedi. The ANC on online is 170, totaling up to 192 voting in full support. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, we have 4 in the House, 21 on the platform, 25 in total voting against.
Thank you. The EFF?
House Chair, we are 1 in the House and 28 on the on the platform and voting against. And my apologies for sitting down because if I stand,
No, it's
it
fine.
won't.
Did you give the total?
Voting against.
Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We 4 in the House, 7 on virtual, that's 11 total, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 5 on the virtual platform, 1 in the House, that's 6 members voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM?
I'm tempted to say 50%, but that has become my new nickname. 1 on virtual platform, voting against chair.
The 1 is the 50% of the UDM. You are not wrong. ATM? Good. NFP?
Good
Yes,
morning.
Chairperson.
Good
Oh,
morning,
on the-
Chairperson.
Yes,
One on virtual and voting in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 on the virtual, half-heartedly supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC? PAC Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. One on virtual, voting in full support.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Honorable Mashego? Oh, please mute your mics. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. Sorry, honorable members, I'm trying to correct this guide. Because I said previously adjustment and it's not the adjustment. So we want to get the correct way of concluding. Let's check what the question is. You see, it says adjustment. Okay, it's wrong. Eh? So that we just go up to here when we are here. There's no referral to the NCOP. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. Okay. No sevenza ngemali awenzi mistake. Where are my results now? Did you give them to me? Oh, okay. There they are. Honorable members, these are the outcomes. The yes is 206 and no 61. So it is accordingly agreed to. The honorable, the secretary will read it the first time, the bill the first time.
Special Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We now proceed to the third order. I'm going to allow the secretary to read the third order.
Second reading, Special Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. May I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party?
Ke a leboha modulasetulo ke tsitsinya hore ntlo ena e amohele tlaleho ena. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. As there is no list of speakers, are there any objection to the bill being read a second time? Honorable Kwagube,
House Chair, just note the objection of the DM.
noted,
Objection of the EFF, please.
noted,
Objection of the FF plus.
noted.
Objection of the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
the
you.
UDM chair.
Thank you very much. This bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces. Oh, they must read it first. Okay, thank you.
Special appropriation bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Will you now read the fourth order?
Consideration of report of standing committee on appropriations on 2022 medium-term budget policy statement.
Thank you. May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili ndiphakamisa into yoba le ndlu yoxingo nowiso-mthetho yamkele le ngxelo. Enkosi.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections?
The objection of the DA, please.
Noted.
Objection of the EFF.
The
Okay,
objection of the ACDP, thank you.
noted.
On the UDM.
Stokoze, with all the objections, this has been agreed to. The report has been agreed to. Can we allow the secretary to now read the fifth order?
Consideration of report of standing committee on appropriations on adjustments appropriation bill.
Thank you. Can I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I move that the report be adopted by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the DM.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
The ACDP, thank you.
Thank you very much. With those
UDM.
objections,
And of the FF plus chairperson.
FF plus and UDM, you are noted. With those objections, the report is thus agreed to. We proceed to sixth and seventh orders. The secretary will read them together.
Debate on 2022 medium-term budget policy statement. First reading debate adjustments appropriation bill.
Thank you very much. I will again invite the chairperson of the appropriation bill committee to open the debate.
Bese ngike ngabingelela ngaphambili chairperson mhlawumbe uthi ngiqale ngale. You see state-owned enterprises in this country were used ukudila nengxaki yabamhlophe amabhunu ukuthi abahluphekayo basemaplazini mawufika la kuma state-owned enterprises bokusebenza ugogo kusebenza umkhulu kusebenza u-aunty kusebenza ingane yakhona kudilwa neyinkinga zokuhlupheka kwabo. Asizukuyivumela naseposini asizukuyivumela ke le ukuthi manje so ngama proponents amakhulu ukuthi yena privatize. They've akhbari vessels you guys you have accumulated enough capital to wait for these state enterprises when you say they must be privatized and to get them for next to nothing. And be rest assured, we're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. The African National Congress supports the 2022 Adjustment Appropriation Bill and the Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement. This bill, amongst others, honorable members, is not a new budget. Let me make that point. Rather, the bill talks about changes taking place on different votes, mainly additions. During MTBS, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Kotongwane, highlighted the following. Revenue collection exceeded February
projections by a whopping 83.5 billion rand. Consolidated government expenditure will be 2.2 trillion rand this year, rising to 2.5 trillion rand in 2025-26. Consolidated primary fiscal deficit is decreasing, achieving primary fiscal surplus of 0.7% of GDP in 2023-24. Good news, honorable members, is that no budget reductions in the coming budget by the minister in February 2023. Over the MTF, government consolidated spending on building new and rehabilitating existing infrastructure doubles from 66.7 billion to 112.5 billion rand. This is hope will turn the tide from decreasing gross fixed capital formation and start increasing it as a percentage of GDP, which is critical for economic growth and employment. Siyathemba ke thina ukuthi yena ama SOEs nale budget uminister ayibekile izosiza ukukhulisa umnotho, inika abantu bakithi futhi ama opportunities ukuthi baqashwe. Chairperson, allow me to say to our people and our children that what exactly is covered in this bill, it covers the following. Le bill, unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure for floods, 6.395 billion rand. Abathi singayixhasi le lokuzana angazi bathi asibenze njani abantu bama floods. Fanele baqhubeke babhukude lapho. Expenditure earmarked in the 2022 budget for future allocations, 500 million rand. Declared unspent funds and projected underspending of 7.8 billion rand. That continues to worry us, honorable members. For our educators and lecturers, I propose an examination question about midterm budget. That will make our children pay particular interest on budget and related matters which affect their future. Honorable members, total linear spending adjustment amounts to 13 billion rand, including total adjustment, appropriations per vote and adjusted estimate of direct charges against the National Revenue Fund. The allocation for the devastating floods in KZ are very much welcome. More will be said about this by my comrades who will speak after me. But the point we want to stress here, honorable members, that we would like more speed and cutting of unnecessary red tape and bureaucracy, which delays service delivery to the victims. The crowded people in shelters know that money has been appropriated, but it takes forever for it to reach them. We urge the executive and officials to treat disasters as disasters. The pedestrian approach to these problems is completely unacceptable. Outer during the public hearing raised the issue of continuous rollovers on the Regional Park Infrastructure Grant for the Vaal River Pollution Remediation Project. Millions and millions of our people, industry and agriculture depend on the Vaal River ecosystem. It is very clear that money is not a problem, hence the rollovers. Can this project be completed as a matter of urgency? This money would have been, so it's very important to use money. There are costs associated with not using money. This money would have been more useful elsewhere. Remember, all members, money in the bank does not grow the economy and does not create employment opportunities. As a committee, we have identified two causes of underspending. The first one is the paucity of project management and contract management skills. We are therefore calling on departments to report at least quarterly here in this parliament what they are doing to correct this situation. Secondly, the fact that underspending does not result in adverse audit finding is a problem. If we are to change this situation, we are proposing that underspending, ministers, we are proposing that underspending should result in an audit finding and accounting officers should face music. Honorable members, in our report, we note and are worried about the fact that the municipal infrastructure grant has only been disbursed for about 48%. Chairperson, at least if there's one thing we all agree upon, Honorable Minister of Finance, is that small businesses the world over are engines of economic growth and employment opportunities. Small business are growth enhancing. Honorable Minister of Finance, despite the huge responsibility and role that this department has, the resources allocated to them are negligible. A budget of about 2.7 billion rand for the whole of South Africa. A big portion of these are transfers. We are not putting money where our mouths are. We urge National Treasurer and Minister to exponentially augment this budget. Look at the departments and agencies who do not spend and invest in small businesses. Related to this is the funding of economic transformation, Minister. I'm referring to the broad-based Black economic empowerment. You know, Minister, as well as I know, that Black businesses have no resources. We are calling on National Treasurer to start looking at funding national DFIs and provincial development corporations. These institutions understand the small business and broad-based environment. We cautioned when credit guarantee scheme was introduced against over-reliance on commercial banks. Well, now it is common cause that of the 200 billion provided, not even 10% was disbursed. The cost to the economy in terms of growth and job creations were huge. His Excellency the President enjoined us to rebuild differently during a launch of ERP. He said, as even the darkest of clouds has a silver lining, we need to see this moment as a rupture with the past and an opportunity to drive fundamental and lasting change, unquote. We are saying continuing with the archaic economic power relations cannot be defined as rupture with the past. On the contrary, it is entrenching the skewed economic power relations. Economic transformation and inclusion are historical, constitutional, and economic imperatives. We are urging TTIC and National Treasury to come with affordable funding mechanisms for broad-based Black empowerment. Black companies are suffocated by cost of capital because of huge risk premium attached to them. Honorable members, if we must change the laws to fast-track Black participation in the economy, so be it. We have seen those who are hell-bent on defending apartheid and colonial benefits, rushing to courts at the drop of a penny, and challenging government when it attempts to change these economic power relations, which continue to deepen Black economic marginalization. The challenge for us is even change the constitution if it is being abused to stop the rights of Black people to meaningfully participate in the economy. That we owe to our people and posterity. Akukho soka ladla kahle imbangi khala. Honorable members, allow me to wish all of you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and a very safe festive season. Ngiyabonga.
Siyathokoza Shembe. Dr. George.
Thank you, Chairperson. Governments across the world are grappling with inflation and the cost of living crisis that it has brought to millions of struggling households. The COVID pandemic was largely to blame. Economic activity was severely disrupted as lockdowns caused global supply chains to break down. Supply couldn't meet demand, prices increased, and when stimulus packages flooded the market with money, the already rising prices accelerated and inflation rocketed. During the pandemic, governments intervened to support their vulnerable populations and are intervening now to soften the impact of rampant inflation. That is the job of government's fiscal policy. Our experience in South Africa was not like other jurisdictions. Our government's response, as always, was self-interested and an opportunity to make money for themselves and their cronies. That is the systemic corruption that has brought us to the brink of a grey listing in February next year. Yesterday's report on Phala has triggered a seismic political event. Markets are currently processing this new information, and the likely outcome is an economic growth even slower than the very tepid 1% currently projected for next year. Our economy was already on its knees before the pandemic began, the direct result of an unworkable policy that places an incapable and corrupt state at the center of our economy. Cadre deployment buckled the public service, and BEE drained our economy of hundreds of billions by distorting the labor market and introducing rent-seeking middlemen. This is not sustainable. Our economy is failing under an ANC government in terminal decline. The mid-year budget set the tone for February next year, and it wasn't a pleasant sound. The minister's tough love that he promised for the hopelessly bankrupt state-owned enterprises never lasted long. Instead, he rewarded Danel, Transnet, and Sunrail with 30 billion rand in hard-earned taxpayer money, and will add at least another 200 billion to our national debt that Eskom is unable to pay its many, many creditors. The minister mentioned trade-offs that need to be made, and then chose bailouts before bread. Stats SA reported that food prices have increased by 12%, transport 17%, and bread by 20% year on year. 81% of households cannot afford to put enough food on their tables. The minister never mentioned the cost of living once in his budget speech. The Finance Committee Chair and Deputy Minister have now joined the DA in recognizing the cost of living crisis as a major problem. It's time for you to join too, Minister. As debt servicing costs compound year after year, more and more service delivery is crowded out. The minister is unable to commit to continue the social relief of distress grant, let alone implement a basic income grant, because he knows he cannot pay social grants for much longer, especially with ravenous state-owned enterprises that government cannot reform unless it changes the model and partners with the private sector. The DA can ensure that social grants remain and provide better support of a growing enterprising economy. State-owned enterprises will never generate jobs, and no amount of borrowing can fix what the ANC has broken. Our economy cannot grow if borrowed money is not spent on building infrastructure, and policies on labor and building entrepreneurship and small business are not in place. Yet all we hear from government is we want to fund the state bank, even if it makes the post office more bankrupt than it is already, and employee medical aid contributions don't get paid, and people die as a result. Markets need stability. The DA will soon launch our revised economic policy that sets out clearly how we can achieve the growth that our economy is very capable of achieving. With effective and workable policy, we can build an enterprising economy and halve unemployment before the end of this decade. Government must focus on what it was elected to do: build infrastructure, provide quality education and healthcare, and support vulnerable members of our society. Stop stealing the people's money, fight corruption, and then get out of the way. The minister can lower the fuel levy by to reduce the cost of transport, and can lower the cost of food by 0 VAT rating and expanded food basket to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, tea, coffee, baby food, and soup powder. Now we're all talking about the cost of living crisis. Next step, Minister, is to action and alleviate the plight of suffering South African households. In February, we expect announcements on how government will accelerate economic growth and fight the high cost of living. Until then, we do not support this budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mamuntlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the Appropriation Adjustment Bill. The bill tabled by the Minister of Finance seeks to make adjustments to the Appropriations Act passed by Parliament earlier in this year, as the EFF we have rejected it. We rejected the Appropriation Bill due to the senseless budget cuts to essential services in the absence of credible, practical, and even reasonable plans to deal with the debt that is clear out of control and the National Treasury that is failing to manage our debt. We are not shocked by the contents of the Appropriation Adjustment Bill before us today. What is mostly disturbing is that within the details of the so-called credible budget documentation of the National Treasury, there is a program to take from the poor to protect the interests of a few white minorities. The Department of Social Development failed to spend 1.8 billion meant for social relief and distress grants. This was after thousands of young, old men and women were turned away, refused the relief, and were told that there's no money. Yet today, we are told that these funds were declared unspent. What a shame. There are people who went to sleep, Minister, without food, lost their homes, and were told that there's no money. People had to wake up in the middle of the night to be the first in line to withdraw the 350, only to be told there's no money. Some were even disqualified because of the threshold to qualify was increased. As if this was not enough, Minister, money meant for social grants is shifted to military operations that we know are pointless, and money is shifted to misguided and useless Presidential Climate Commission. The Department of Police is projected to have underspent 31.8 million. This 31.8 million that can pay salaries for women and men fighting criminals, sometimes under very difficult conditions, sometimes without even the tools of trade. But this money was unspent. House Chairperson, as if that was not enough, there is money being shifted to deal with the repairs for flood damage infrastructure. But we just heard yesterday in the report of the Joint Ad Hoc Committee on Floods in KZN that money is being poorly allocated and it's not benefiting the intended beneficiaries. We are told there's no accountability, and it is just a big bonanza while our people have lost their homes, their livelihoods, and are left stranded. We rejected the proposed allocation of 118 million for the so-called initial cost to rehabilitate the parliamentary building damaged by fires, because if anything, these monies should be used to do the project planning to move Parliament from Cape Town to Tshwane Chief Whip. We reject the proposed allocation for the 5.9 billion towards the debt service cost, which have become one of the most largest spending items, Minister. We reject the proposed additional allocation to the land bank in the absence of a strategic clear plan to reposition the land bank to serve Black emerging farmers rather than the white farmers who have done very little to advance the food security objectives of the country. We reject the so-called presidential employment initiative because we know that there's no jobs that is going to be created. The reality is that there is no will from the middlemen or the cronies of the president. A president that we all know his days is coming to an end. What we have been vindicated, thank you, Chief Whip. The women of the EFF have been vindicated by the Section 89 panel's report that the president must go. The woman that was assaulted by the very same protection services of this house in protecting the president, they have been vindicated through that report, where the bloodstains are still entrenched in these carpets by the way they were beaten up by the parliamentary protection services. But somebody must whisper to the president in his ear that his gig as a president have come to an end. He must now focus on his other gig, on focusing on selling cattle and his other gig that is waiting for him at Hoshimampuru prison. I thank you. We reject this report.
Thank you. The Honorable Inkosi Mthelezi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I want to actually start from where Honorable Sheikh, the Chairperson of the committee, ended. I'm not suggesting that the state of our SOEs are in good shape, not at all. But you forgot, Sheikh, to go further when you were saying that these SOEs were job reserves for the white. That is very true. But we're supposed to go further and say not only that, even those that were less smart, that is where they were dumped and be given jobs as senior managers. You also forgot to remind us that those of them who were very smart, like Dr. Passon, were given a clear mandate to develop chemicals to destroy Black people completely. The same people we're talking about here, these state-owned entities were meant to destroy our social and family values because our fathers were taken from deep rural areas to cities and they built compounds there. Yet their families were provided with decent house and schooling facilities close to those issues. Umsebenzi ke waleli committee esingawo namhlanje la umqwa kakhulu ngoba waba inkece zezwe futhi ke uma uzaba udinga ba uqaphelisise ukuthi uzama ngawo wonke amandla ukulinganisa izidingo engintisanayo zezwe. Lokhu ke sihlalo kudala kuba umnyango lo ucosule lapha nalaphaya uzama ukuncelisa amawele. With the effect of pandemic still looming and the ever increasing unemployment rate, our people are in despair. When such happens, it's called for not just leadership, but absolute leadership. The same way our people looked up to their leaders during the darkest days of apartheid, They are looking at us as their current leaders for solutions. South Africa is struggling. Nothing seems to be working, and our people are desperate. Therefore, government has to intervene. Our economy has reached a pause in growth, and if our economy is not growing at the rate that we would like to, then we are unable to collect enough taxes to offer our people sustainable and adequate services that they deserve. There are no new businesses entering the market. Halted economic growth and low tax correction, meaning lower and subpar delivery services output. With the little that has been allocated, we ask that it is distributed fairly and used optimally. Revenue should be distributed in a manner that will have a ripple effect, trickling down fruitfully to all sectors. This will enable safe and attractive environment for investment. Currently, with the whirlwind of issues we face, we neglect to fulfill this responsibility, which has kept our economy stagnant and not able to keep up with the demands of our people. The support towards SMEs and township economy enterprises is key for economic growth. Not only will that address the issue of unemployment, but also will play a significant role in preventing the movement of people from rural to cities, which is the issue that is causing so much pressure on service deliveries in the cities. We champion for people to be developed where they live, and this can only be done through a special focus on revenue development on local township economies and exploitation of revenue generating opportunities in these areas. Special focus on local government can never be overemphasized, Honorable Chairperson, as this is the closest sphere of our people to their government and provide them with their very basic services. We cannot allow therefore, that any government department should actually not fulfill its mandate, because that is actually compromising the very reason that we are here. Uma ke siyoqinisekisa sihlalo ukuthi imali zonke zabiwa isent nesent zilapho kufanele khona. Cabanga njengale ndlela lapho sofika siyigatshe ukuthi senze umsebenzi omuhle wabantu bakithi. I-IFP ke njengeqembu lentando enhle yabantu liyayisekela le report.
Siyabonga Nyangelele. We'll now proceed to recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, times are tough. The economy is not growing and people are suffering. And in these times, correct decision-making and correct priorities are essential. Let's have a look at the adjustment appropriation bill. Firstly, we see that 3.6 billion rand is appropriated extra towards the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for the management of the disaster. The question is, or the point is, that if this department functioned, if the Disaster Management Center functioned as it should have, the effects of natural disasters would have been less, and this money that is needed to spend now would have been less. Let's then look at Home Affairs, an additional 1.298 billion rand, the bulk of which is for the so-called Presidential Employment Initiative, of which 819 million rand is for goods and services, net nog geld om te steel. Then we look at international relations, an additional 102 million rand. Then we look at National Treasury, and 176 million rand is taken away from what? From financial accounting and supply chain management systems. With the amount of looting and wrong procurement, I don't think money should be taken away there. Then we look at the failed Transnet entity and the 2.937 billion rand appropriated towards the flood damage. But if Brian Molefe did not loot and steal and mismanage Transnet, they would have had reserves to deal with the crisis, as any good business do. Then 410 million rand is taken away from public works and infrastructure. Only 896,000 rand is given towards correctional services additionally. Terwyl daar baie ANC maatjies tronk toe gaan, so ek dink daar's meer geld daar nodig. But 1.708 billion rand is given additionally to the Department of Defense. Vir wat gaan julle met die boogieman gaan oorlog maak? Maar justisie kry slegs 89 miljoen rand addisioneel by en al hierdie vervolgings moet geskied. Is nie ernstig om korrupsie hok te slaan nie. En so gaan die lys aan en aan en aan. The minister calls it trade-offs. South Africans out there suffering because of a lack of public health care,
Point of order.
because of a lack of policing.
Honorable Vessels, point of order.
I wanted to check whether it's parliamentary for member vessels to point us at the finger like the old PVA water.
Okay, thank you. We'll check that one and come back. You may proceed.
Thank you. People suffering because there is no policing. Want hierdie regering dink dat dit reg is om geld weg te vat van polisie in hierdie aanpasbegroting. 31 million rand is appropriated away from police because crime is under control, Minister. Lekker slim. People are suffering and those people will not call it trade-offs. Those people should call it treason. This government is committing treason towards the people that are suffering out there because they do not get basic services. But then there's bailouts to failed state-owned enterprises. It's ironic that the Honorable Buthelezi creates a narrative that the call for privatization is because of personal enrichment. But it's under the ANC government that people enrich themselves from these state-owned entities. It's because of the cadre deployment policies and the complete mismanagement of the ANC government that money is needed for bailouts and that state-owned entities fail. The people are
Thank you,
suffering.
Honourable
You
Member.
should be
Time is up.
ashamed.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable S.N. Swart, SADP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the medium-term budget policy statement is focused on reducing the fiscal risks, narrowing the budget deficit and stabilizing debt while proposing measures to enhance economic growth. Now, the ACDP really trusts that this will be achieved over the medium term. However, there are some issues which we would like to raise as to whether this is achievable, given the severe challenges facing the nation, both domestically and globally. As we know, there's been a slowdown in global economic growth due to the COVID-19 pandemic, high inflation rates, and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, which has impacted global supply chains. In addition, the US and the UK, two important trade partners, are experiencing very high interest rates. Domestically, as we know, the country is also recovering from one of the world's hardest and longest COVID-19 lockdowns. Last year's unrest in KZN and parts of Gauteng, the recent floods, and of course, ongoing power cuts, which are really impacting on struggling households and businesses with cost of living increases. Now, it is interesting if you read the medium-term budget policy statement and the documentation very carefully, you will see that the risks to the economic growth are significant or elevated, as the word that is mentioned there. And we as the ACDP, we have also expressed our concerns about the short, medium, and long-term effect of the just energy transition and the financial impact that these loans and financial instruments will have on public debt. This will be in addition to the Eskom debt relief program, which will result in government taking over a portion of Eskom's 400 billion rand debt and presents a further risk to the medium term and the fiscal outlook. Additional threat to the medium term and the fiscal outlook is, of course, unfunded spending pressures, such as the public sector wage bill. And all these issues are highlighted in the medium term budget policy statement. I think an issue that we also need to discuss, and which the ACDP holds a certain view to, is the pace and scale of monetary policy tightening by the Reserve Bank. Now, that is beyond the control of the Minister and National Treasury, but the ongoing interest rates hikes in an attempt to rein in inflation is understandable, but it is impacting households severely. And it is in due course also will impact economic growth as we go forward. And this needs to be considered and looked at as well. On the positive side, the country's public finances are looking slightly better, largely as a result of higher than projected revenue collection, some 85.5 billion. And you will remember in a previous speech, I commended SARS in that regard. However, we're still concerned about the risks previously identified in the 2022 budget that have materialized, such as bailouts, etc. And what is needed
Thank you,
is
Honourable
good
Member.
stewardship
Your time
of
is up.
state
Thank you so
resources. I
much.
thank you.
I now recognize Honorable NLS Gwangwa, UTM.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In about 2013, the Treasury established the Independent Fiscal Liabilities Committee, and the purpose of the committee was to manage, as it was coined then, contingent fiscal liability exposures that the government's growing debt exposure to SOEs. Unfortunately, that never really got off the ground. And as a result, today, we're talking about contingent liabilities having nearly doubled to more than $1 trillion, which is one of the issues that was even cited by the Financial and the Fiscal Commission, which is close to 20% of GDP. This, as you know, poses a serious risk on the fiscus of the country. Lumped together with this is the fact that high debt service costs have made it more challenging for government to stabilize debt, which represent another risk to the sustainability of public finances, especially when one considers that debt service costs had to be revised upward by about 5.9 billion rands compared to 2022 national budget, increasing them to about 307 billion rands. And this naturally crowds out fiscal space and productive expenditure, which is a major concern for a party as the UTM. We make this point mindful of the fact that shortly after or long before the establishment or the call to establish the Independent Fiscal Liabilities Committee, we had proposed in Parliament that there was a need to develop fiscal rules which would ensure that we manage these budgetary aggregates. Chairperson, one of the concerns we have as the UTM is the fact that week in and week out, or rather year in and year out, whenever allocations are made, not enough resources are allocated to the Small Business Development Department. While this is very critical in the development of South Africa, especially when one considers the size of the informal sector in the country and the crucial element that this sector plays in terms of combating poverty and unemployment in South Africa. Government can never win on its efforts to address inequality, poverty, and unemployment if it does not focus on empowering the most vulnerable, whose livelihoods, to a large extent, especially in peri-urban areas, townships, and rural areas, depend on the informal sector. Yes, we agree that various laws in the past have been enacted trying to support the informal sector. However, the critical concern is that the focus has only been to help the informal sector to graduate to the formal sector of the economy, rather than to increase the size of that informal sector through decisive supports that are targeted to specific industries. It is true that the budget of 2 billion rands plus can never be able to deal with the huge requirements of the small business sector in South Africa, because most of it in any event is
Member, your time is up. Thank you so very much. I now recognize Honorable ATM. Okay. I now recognize Honorable AM Sheikh Imam, NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the NFP notes the report from the Standing Committee tabled here today, but allow us to raise some of our concerns. First of all, in order to boost economic growth in this country, government is going to have to ensure that people on the ground have more money to spend. If you look at what the prices of food products are now, and I think one of my colleagues alluded to the fact that it's gone up by 12.6%, it means that people have less money to spend. The less money they spend, the more negative impact you're going to have in the economy. What we are not doing is accommodating 8% increase we have in population in this country on an annual basis. We are not doing enough, and I think it's a policy decision in order to boost economic growth through the manufacturing sector, particularly, and agriculture. Like I said before, Chairperson, we have some of the most arable land in the world. We have a very vibrant manufacturing sector, but the high cost of doing business in South Africa is what's hampering progress in the small business sector. And that is compounded by the fact of that we have so much of imports that are coming into the country, which is having a negative impact on the local manufacturing industry. This, Chairperson, is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. You know, if you look at from the education sector to the skills that we have in the country, there is a massive shortage of IT skills in the country, but we're doing very little or nothing about it. We have a massive skills shortage, particularly in the trades sector, boilermakers, electricians, plumbers, and things. We are doing very nothing to it because one department does not speak to the other department. Now let's talk about the debt service cost. Chairperson, we've raised this year in and year out, that you cannot continue to be borrowing, particularly for consumption. Look at the pressure that you get from the public sector union. Government is not able to sustain that. Yes, providing some sort of relief to the poor and the vulnerable, particularly in terms of social assistance, is welcome, but can you sustain it? Lastly, I want to say, Chairperson, let us lead by example. We've all acknowledged what the poor people are suffering in this country and the vulnerable. Political parties who can afford it, can you make adjustments to your funds in your political parties and make sure your staff are well taken care of so that they too can have a better festive season? So make sure you give them bonuses, make sure you give them increases and take care of them as well, because charity begins at home. Many of us are not doing that, but we're coming here and grandstanding about the plight of the people. If we can't help our own people, how are we going to help the people on the ground? So let us practice what we preach and do more for our own people.
Thank
So
you,
at least
Honourable
people on the
Member.
ground
Your
can thank
time
you, the
has
Chair.
lapsed. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable E.D. Peters, ANC. Kofa. Yes, you may proceed now, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me go back to the accolades. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers who are here today, Chief Whip, Comrade Machodina, honorable members, fellow South Africans. I want to quickly say to Honorable Vessels that he likes standing here and grandstanding about money being stolen. And he forgets to mention in the same sentence about the money, the land that his forebears stole. Julle oupa grootjies het die hele Afrika en vooral Suid-Afrika gesteel. Nou moet ons, ja, is ons Afrika. Hulle die hele Afrika gesteel. Van bo tot onder en vooral Suid-Afrika. Nou moet ons catch-up speel om julle intergenerational,
Honorable Peters,
intergenerational ill-gotten gains.
Honorable Peters,
No.
Honorable Peters, 1 minute, Honorable Peters. Honorable members, order, honorable members. I hope next time you listen when I say order. I can really appreciate that. Don't drown the speaker. You can handle it aloud, but please, Honorable Mlenzana, equally so. You may proceed, Honorable Peters. Thank you.
Ja, Honorable Chairperson, hulle kekel soos hane as hulle hier so sit. The African National Congress supports the 2022 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we commemorate the Emancipation Day. 1st December is the day in which enslavement of the Cape was legally, the slaves of the Cape were legally freed on the 1st of December, 1834. Ons mense wat hier die kolonialiste verslap en verkoop was op marke soos diere. Hoe vergeet ons van ons eie Sarah Bartman, wat op skou moet tree, net omdat sy van 'n ander kleur was, as die wat Europese mense was. Honorable members, the unemployment, poverty, homelessness are most acute among women. These ills expose them to gender-based violence, which unfortunately is increasing in leaps and bounds in our country, as recently shared by the Minister of Police, Honorable Becky Khadem. Becky Khadem. The ANC believes to deal with a fatal blow to gender-based violence, we must improve the socioeconomic status of women. This being the period of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we have no doubt that this will strive to alleviate that poverty and provide the necessary safety net to protect women and the most vulnerable sectors of our society. That's why the ANC supports the bill, and we commit ourselves to fighting the scourge of GBV and femicide. Comrade Nelson Mandela captured this point succinctly when he observed, and I quote, "Gender-based violence has serious physical, mental, economic, and social repercussions. Moreover, it prevents survivors from achieving economic prosperity because of stigma, physical and psychological trauma caused by the violence they experience," close quotes. How many times have we heard that victims of this violence ended up being maimed because they were held prisoners by poverty? There's a lot in this bill which attempts to alleviate poverty that is most felt by women, especially Black women, who have suffered triple oppression over the years. Chairperson, we want to stress that the MTBPS and the bill continue to be pro-poor. This is so because about 60% of the consolidated expenditure continues to be spent on social wage, education, health, social development, etc. We welcome the additional 116.77 million rands to basic education for reconstruction and rehabilitation of schools which were damaged by floods in KZN and Eastern Cape. It is also important to note and welcome a proposed additional allocation of 618.8 million rands for the skills levy and sector education and training authorities. These allocations are about securing the future of our young people, who would say our young people should not be skilled to meet the demands of today's economy and provide much needed jobs. The DA says so. The African National Congress welcomes and supports the extension of the 350 Rand SRD grant as announced by the minister. The recipients of this grant are very appreciative because it makes a big difference in their lives. At least they go to bed having eaten something. However, we'd like to make the following suggestions as a committee. The grant be adjusted for inflation. Since its introduction, it has been at 350. As we all know, that inflation had been rising over the years, which means that in retail terms, the 350 has been decreasing. The Parliamentary Budget Office, Department of Social Development, reported that about 8 million of the 10 million have benefited from the SRD grant. The reason is heightened means test. The qualification criteria, Comrade Minister, threw a lot of people out of the system. While we agree that might have been fraudsters, it cannot be 2 million fraudsters out there. Consequently, it is estimated that only 33 billion rand of the 44 billion rand budgeted will be distributed at the end of the fiscal year. Money is being returned to National Treasury. That cannot be justified in this climate when so many of our people are living in abject poverty. We are therefore calling on National Treasury and DSD to revisit the criteria that we achieve our initial objective. Another problem is that the grant is a stop and go mode. It is not known what happens after 2024. This creates a lot of uncertainty. DSD, SASSA, and recipients and other role players making it difficult for them to plan. Honorable Minister of Finance, we are saying create a 3-year certainty while you are working on the permanent, acceptable, and affordable social security arrangement. Lastly, on this matter, Post Office plays a critical role in our people accessing this grant. We are noting with a lot of trepidation the possible retrenchment of post office workers.
Okay, I've asked the front table to give water.
Because of its importance for the poorest of the poor, we feel there is an urgent need for its recapitalization. We say that knowing fully well the pleasures of the fiscus, however, on a cost-benefit analysis, we feel government should intervene. The ANC is committed to creating employment opportunities for our people. COSATU is calling for more funds for the Presidential Employment Initiative. We therefore welcome the allocation of 500 million towards the program. Honorable members, the ANC supports and welcomes 1.8 billion rand, which goes to transport under unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure. 1 billion rand is being allocated to provincial roads maintenance grant, 454 million to SANRAL, non-toll network, 365 million rand to SANRAL toll roads that were damaged by floods in KZN. I guess we all agree that nobody would have foreseen the floods which destroyed a lot of the road infrastructure. I fully agree with Beck et al. When they argue roads are arteries which the economy pulses by linking producers to markets, workers, jobs, students to school, and the sick to hospital. Roads are vital to any development agenda. In other words, speaking about development without well-maintained roads is a contradiction. The opposition want us to not to agree on this bill. What do they exactly mean when they say you should not support the bill? Are you saying the roads, amongst others, should be left after the flood? Is what you are saying to those businesses which rely on these roads, they must fend for themselves? Are you saying our children should not go to school because of the roads and bridges which were washed away? Please tell the people of South Africa what you want to be happening to the roads in this country. We also want to encourage the Department of Social
Your
Development.
time has lapsed. Thank you. I now recognize the AIC. COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize Honorable A.N. Surpan, a DA. DA, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, the Honorable Buthelezi, the chairperson, we've got multiple Honorable Buthelezis, our chairperson and the Appropriations Committee often says to me at the end of a meeting that I should not disagree with him. So today, I'm going to agree with him in one thing he said in his speech. He stood up here and he said that the laws we have are not working for Black people. And he's right. BEE laws are not working for Black people. They are leaving millions of Black South Africans in poverty and making lots of ANC members very wealthy. So, Honorable Buthelezi, I agree, we must change the law. Let's do it. I'll help you. And I encourage, take a resolution to your conference that's coming up. Get your party to scrap BEE and we can create a system that empowers millions of poor people in this country in a place. I agree. I'm agreeing with you. I hope that you are welcoming my agreements. Now, but you also know when an ANC conference is coming up, when an ANC MP tells us that there's something wrong with the Constitution. So we got that. I've been waiting and waiting for weeks to hear this, knowing the conference coming up, and Honorable Buthelezi delivered today. So I'm always grateful for that. But we must focus in on the key issues, and the big issues came in the MTBPS speech this year. And it came at a time where we're battling the cost of living crisis that has seen unaffordable spikes in the cost of transport and fuel. Many households are struggling to get by, and a big driver for this is the Russian war for aggression against the Ukraine that has spiked international oil prices. When the finance minister delivered the MTBPS, he made no mention of the cost of living crisis. And this is because he knew that instead of being able to provide fuel price relief by extending the reduction in the fuel levy, he was going to have to give billions in bailouts in the form of giving Eskom what will be the largest bailout in South African history, which will be a transfer of its debts onto the government balance sheets. And so South Africans in the coming years are going to have to endure the government choosing SOEs over the livelihoods of citizens. The proposed transfer of Eskom debt to the states means that the calculations that were given to us around the stabilization of debt to GDP was not accurate, because the debt projections are going to go through the roof. And servicing government debt is already the single most expensive line item in the budget. Adding Eskom debt onto that, one has to ask, what are South Africans going to have to sacrifice for this bailout? Will it be the police, where the police to population ratio is poor, where we have one of the highest crime rates in the world and incredibly terrible response times from the police? Will that be where South Africans have to make sacrifices? Will it be in healthcare, where people go to clinics and queue from morning to the afternoon to the evening, only to be given a Panado and get told to go home? Is that where people are going to have to make sacrifices? Will it be in school infrastructure, where primary school children currently are still using pit latrines because the government isn't building ablution facilities? Is that the sacrifice South Africans are going to have to make for this transfer of Eskom debt? What more must South Africans endure for the failures of this government to fund and their desire to fund bailouts? Now, I can tell you what won't be cuts. There won't be any cuts to VIP protection for ministers and the president. In fact, more money, Honorable Finance Minister, is spent on VIP protection than land reform. Please hone in on that when you deliver your February budget speech. I hope there'll be something different this year. But there will not also be any cuts, I'm willing to bet, there will be any cuts to the government events that turn into ANC rallies to shore up their political support. There won't be any cuts, I'm willing to bet, to the 30,000 millionaire manager positions in governments that have become sheltered employments for the ANC cadres. So we hope come February that we are proven wrong. But based on the track record of this government, it's self-evident that we're probably going to be facing disappointments when we see a budget that puts the needs of the ANC ahead of the needs of the people. And so we will not be supporting this budget, not because we don't want roads to work. Of course we want roads to work. Of course we want schools to be functional. We want the best public services for all citizens. I hear the ANC members say they don't care. That's fine. You don't need to care about schools. We do. But when we say we don't support a bill, it's because of your bad priorities and your failure to implement. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Zach Mlenzana, ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, you know, if this was a pulpit and I was to deliver a sermon, my theme would be on the power of the purse and the impact of the budget. One other thing Madiba edla ngokubasokolisa aba bantu xa bekwipodium kukuzoqhushalaza apha ukhwaze baqhwabelane izandla, but in terms of content there's nothing. That's them. Dealing with complex political dynamics is not simple mathematical induction where you just say if A is equal to B and B is equal to C,
And therefore,
then therefore it implies that A is equal to C. These are politics. So as Koglondo up, the global and domestic economic climate in which the medium-term budget policy statement was tabled this year painted a bleak picture, particularly for the developing economies like ours. South Africa. You can talk COVID-19 pandemic also coupled with the Russia-Ukraine war, which also put more pressure on us. You can also talk of the 2021 July unrests, the KZN Eastern Cape, and the Northwest floods, which also added. It is against this context that the ANC welcomes the provisions and shifts which are made in this adjustment appropriations bill. I have said we should be impact focused. Singenzi nje. The ANC welcomes the 3.2 million allocation for the municipal disaster recovery grant for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of municipal infrastructure damaged by floods in KZN, Northwest and Eastern Cape, as well as 247.6 million to replenish the municipal disaster response grant, the 96.8 million for the provincial disaster response grants. We further welcome the allocation of 193.4 million for the deployment of the Defense Force members under the standing operation carried to provide humanitarian assistance. You know, this operation has seen up to 10,000 SANDF personnel committed to flood ravaged parts of the KZN province. They see nothing in that. When ubona paya, those soldiers in boots and shovels, making roads, doing surveys and other civil engineering tasks to bring roads and bridges to state ukuthi abantu bakuthi bakwazi uba babe safe and sound, bakwazi ukubuyela back into humanity. I understand. Bakhona abanye ke abangenamsebenzi nalento ethi bubuntu babantu bakuthi. Who would always bayenze i-political rhetoric lento yobuntu when actually bona bengenabo ubuntu, and you begin to doubt if ingabanyani nabona bangabona abantu, because it may happen that baphela ubuntu kwabona abasengobantu. You know, the floods took away the most important rights. They strip abantu bakuthi as a victims, their human dignity. You know, there's that theory by Maslow. Needs. You know, ati eyona need is basic, is shelter, which is very, very critical. Hence, then, you would notice that there is a total amount of 442.1 million, which is, you know, set aside for such. And further, there is an allocation of 48.5 million to the Provincial Department of Social Development for continued care and protection of such flood victims. But then, I think, Chairperson, there is one thing that we have to mention. Diabevage apa bayayikhumsha lento madiba yokuzanywa oba kuphehlwe ubukho bemali ukuze kukwazi uba kusetyenziswe le mali ukunceda abantu bakuthi. Beme bona ngento yokokubana masisevise ityala. Oko bethetha ngokuseviswa kwetyala. Awubeva bethetha ngokuseviswa kwabantu bakuthi. They are not interested in that. I will come in a minute or so. Ulandi bithetha ngushenge apha on ESOS. But eyona nto endifuna ukuyithetha yeyokokubana i-budget without impact is not a budget. Look, Madiba, at what you did in the Eastern Cape through Sandra. I think we have to mention that and sequentially a round of applause. You know what Sandra is actually doing? Yes, Sandra is there for road infrastructure development. But look at the impact of such. Look at the economic development that such project is bringing. How many people, poor people, black people for that matter? Mhlawumbe ke nina anibazi ukusokola kwabantu abamnyama. That is why nizoba nengxaki, because you don't care for them. Niyamane niyobakhangela nje nizobaqhwabisa nihlalisa bemnyapha ngaphambili nimenze into yoba nibe ngathi nguyena yena obhetele nibe niyazi into yobana you are the main drivers because you don't care for abantu bakuthi. You know, this agitates my anger, Chairperson, because it makes me think back, you know, 1995. We used to sing and think ukuthi eziziphukupuku zamabhujwa. You know, zezi zayinyathela ngenyawo iMarxism. And ufumanisa ukuthi as we speak now, busy ngoku. They are draining the intestines of our liberation movement. You know, they want it hollow. They are having this political mentality ongayazi ba i-rhetoric abayithatha phi le. Definition ongayazi ba ithathwa phi of a cadre. Trying to equate a comrade to a cadre. Then you mean, because of a cadre deployment, can you fundishwe kuyo that if somebody is a comrade, it doesn't mean that person is a cadre. A cadre is developed, after which then, once ibonwe ukuthi ivuthiwe, then deployed. And asizuvumela nina that sithathe your reactionary tendencies sizozifaka into a progressive government. That's contradiction in terms. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. Nicingele into yokubana sawuthatha ongqondo gqwirha sizobafaka within a system of our own government so that they begin to stall the programs as the progressive of our government.
Honorable Mlenzana, usunyuke kakhulu. There's a point of order. Honorable
House Chair, I'm wondering if the honorable member will take a question.
Honorable member, are you willing to take a question?
Not from you.
Uyabacamkela abantu abamnyama, awubabona abantu abamnyama uthi bazi-puppets. Uyabacamkela abantu abamnyama uthi bazi-puppets. Shame on you.
Kahube, he said no.
I sit down.
Point of order, Chief Whip of the majority party.
You see,
An order from the visual platform, please.
House Chair.
No, Honorable Kwankwa,
Honorable Chief
there's
of the
somebody
DA
on the floor.
asked if Honorable Mlenzana was going to take a question. And as he was responding that no, he's not gonna take a question, she then started, Suga.
Honorable members, for order, order. Honorable members, please.
She then started to attack and gave statements about Honorable Mlenzana. That is out of order. She must just withdraw the last part. It was okay for her to ask if the member is going to take a question. But the further statement that she has uttered here is out of order.
She must withdraw. Honorable Kwahobe. May you please stand up?
Yes, House Chair.
May you please stand up? It is being said that you said wrong statement to the Honorable Mlenzana. No. Utterances, no, you are not going to interfere. You are not going to, okay? Thank you.
House Chair.
If you don't, Honorable Kwahobe, please. Let me first deal with somebody on the platform. Honorable Kwankwa, if you do it for a second time, I'll ask the ITC to take you out. You are doing it deliberately. Honorable Kwahobe,
Yes, ma'am.
you ask Honorable Mlenzana, who is in the platform, would he take a question? And he responded to you. You know it better that you shouldn't have continued.
I just wanted to know if he hates black people.
No, Honorable Kahobe, I'll come back to you to make a ruling.
Out of order.
Yeah.
Honorable Kahobe, I don't need even to check. You know it better. That statement just you have made, you have to withdraw it. It's wrong.
I withdraw, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lenzana, you may proceed.
And then point of order. Point of order.
Oh, you are raising your hand. We are doing both at the same time. Thank you. You may.
And then Chair, after that, the Chief Whip of the House then uttered a very, very horrible word to one of our members after that, and I think she should be asked to withdraw. Need to repeat that word.
Did you even
I
hear?
have
How
too
can
much
you
respect
repeat
for the
if you
House.
didn't hear?
Yeah,
No,
Too much
my
respect
God.
for the House to withdraw.
Point of order,
Honorable
Chair.
Ten, I'll repeat the word. Why must I say the word? I have too much respect for the House.
You have just made a point of order. Don't repeat what your colleague has done. I'm trying now to assist you. Okay, please, can I assist you?
But it didn't even.
May I assist you? May I check with the front table so that I will come back to you. I'll verify with the front table. No, we'll check on the high side because the front table didn't hear. Thank you. We'll come back to you. We will come back.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Ntlangwini, I'll come back. Yeah, I'll come back. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thanks very much, Chair. I hope that you will come back within this sitting. So all of the rules give it to all of the members, not one-sided. So hopefully you will come back in this sitting. And secondly, to that, Chair, there have been ANC members interjecting on the virtual platform throughout the sitting. And you are not reprimanding them, you are not taking them on. The Honorable Judith, it's one of them. They just interject whenever someone from the opposition is raising points of orders. And it's wrong. You must call them out or throw them out of the house. Follow the rules. Stop being biased when you are taking that position as the chairperson. Follow the rules to the T, whether it's your party members as well.
Point of order, Chair.
Okay. I'll come to the last part. I take your point. Honorable Chief Whip, would you like to repeat?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I said, suka, I suka. So I suka is not an insult. I suka, because as I was speaking, they interjected and I said, I suka. So if it's an insult, let me hear from you. You don't know the meaning of I suka? You don't know?
It means just
Is that
move
an
away.
insult?
It means go away. It means go away.
Please go away. That's what it means.
Honorable members, Honorable Ngola, may I just deal with the honorable members on the platform? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. You'll also complain that I'm biased. Honorable members on the virtual platform. Starting from Honorable Ngola now. If you repeat it, I'm going to eject you as moving forward. It equally goes to Honorable Kwankwa.
Chairperson,
No, not now. No, let me complete my sentence.
Paul.
Honorable JT Shabalala as well. Just mind your mic. Don't interject unnecessarily because I will definitely throw you out, all of you. Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party, you have repeated that. Unfortunately, that's not a point of order. There's no need for you to withdraw. Unless if there's any problem with that, you know what to do. We'll take it to the Rules Committee. Thank you. Now they will proceed. Honorable Nkwankwa, you would like to make a point of order. It's your
Yeah,
turn now.
Chair, not everyone who speaks Xhosa on the platform is Nabayum. I mean, there are other people who made interjections who spoke Xhosa, who were my colleagues, but you actually reprimanded me for something I hadn't done.
Oh, okay. You wanted to make a point of order. Okay, point noted on that. We will proceed, honorable members. Honorable Lenzani, you may proceed.
Zizimbo ke zabathumi aba bantu kuthiwa zii-masters, bayazimanifesta nangoku. Okokubana if it was chess, there would be a pawn and the kings and queens would be behind. Kudlalwe ke ngala pawn. Ayibethiwe ke pawns, qale ke ngoku zivele i-bishops and queens. Okwesibini,
Suka.
ndiyafuna into yokokubana
Ayibhadlanga le
xa
nto
nimane
uyithethayo, man.
uthetha ngamasela, kudala ke ndiyithetha le nto. Comrade Shenge, you are talking here of state-owned enterprises. I think it is high time that we should go back. Kudala ndiyithetha le nto, Chairperson. That must siyojonga into yokokubana who did what after 1989 in terms of these SOCs. But then we are not there. Nihambe niyophumla kakuhle emakhaya, nonwabe nisazi into yobana the African National Congress is going to dish out the budget, is going to make sure that abantu bakuthi bayaphusha, nani nihlale nentsana zenu, nikokelele nihoye, naba madam kunye no John kunye nobani, enibasebenzisa ezigadini, nibaphe i-Christmas and take care of those bonds enizibeke ngaphambili. Zingabi zi-victims zobana nina behind as kings and queens. Nikwazi bani idlalise ngabo. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Suka.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable the Minister of Finance, Madiba. Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Sihlalo yalendlu yowisomthetho. Ndizawucela namabantu bafake izidwaba ezindlebeni. Sihlalo yalendlu yowisomthetho. Andizufunda esi speech bedisibhalelwa. Ndizake ndiqhabala ke kwezi zinto zixoxwa ngaba bantu. Maniqale uqala ngosomashishini abasakhulayo. Osomashishini abasakhulayo is what i-constitution ikhola uba i-concurrent function. Into ke le ethi ubungajonga ku-national uye ephondweni. Kune-development agencies nasephondweni lonke endifanele uba kuziqoqela le nto. Ndithe ke kugxa wam ongumphathiswa weli sebe, andali ngemali kodwa makasiqale senze into enye, sibize bonke abantu bathi bancedisana noomashishini abasakhulayo emaphondweni nakoomasipala. Sithi imali iphondo ngalinye or elisebenzisayo kule ndawo, siqokelele loo mali, sithi isetyenziswa ngendlela efanelekileyo na. Sizawuyeka apha. Kulula ukuthi ebantwini, hayi, sulithatha ityala lase-Eskom. Ingxaki elaa tyala lase-Eskom, 70% of it is guaranteed by the state. Uba i-Eskom ayilibhatale elaa tyala, kuzawuziwa ustate uba silibhatale noba ukanjani. Ngoku ayilulanga le nto ithethwa ngabahlekazi zabo bakweli cala. Okwesibini, abantu kulula ukuthi i-cost of living masiyijonge. Kodwa xa uthi masiyenze sikwenza into ezimbini. Sikwenza into ezimbini, uthi makuhlite irhafu, makunyuke inkcitho. Loo nto loyo ubulele urhulumente o-conservative, by the way, iimarket zabadiscipline abantu waseNgilani. Bahleli 48 days abantu abacinga njengala madoda. Urhulumente 48 bacinga njengala madoda. Ngoba ungasuke uchitha imali uyenyuse uhlisa irhafu. Ayisebenzi loo nto. Urhulumente wabo ke wahlala 48 days wawa. Ba-conservative njengabo. Iimarkets azinalo nto azikhethi ubu-conservative okayunjani, ziyakubhukuqa qha qwaba. Into engathethwayo kule ndlu engaye ndiyive namhlanje kukuncoba uba noko kule kota sigqitha kuyo net effects yo-employment nge-240,000 yabantu. Kule nto ke eli tyala kuthethwa ngayo apha ngabo bantu. uqonda uba abafundanga lento i-medium term ngayojonga nayo abayifundanga kuyathethwa nje. Abayifundanga kuthiwa asikwazi uliphatha eli tyala ubungajonga pha liyehla ityala from 74.9 to 69 by 2025. Kutsho ukuthini ukuthi asiliphathi kakuhle? Kutsho ukuthini i-deficit from 4.9 to 3.2 kuthiwa kulaa ncwadi bangayifundanga. Bazoma apha eqongeni umuntu akayifundanga le nto ithethwa ngalo. Akunjalo bantakwethu, fundani mani, nimamele. Fundani nimamele. I-Land Bank ibisekomitini yachaza uba i-restructuring ihamba njani e-World Bank. Komiti yonke yaqhwaba, yanqwala. Yaqhwaba ikomiti yanqwala. Phakama umuntu apha athi inikwa njani imali kanti ayina-restructuring. Injani nakani le nto? Bebeyiqhwabela apha ikomiti, inoba akahlali kuloo komiti lo mntu. Yebo nto nditsho. Nantsika iDenel ibine-show ba ePitoli ndafika ba. Xa ndifika ndifumana ikomiti yasepalamente iphaa. Onke amalungu alaa komiti phezu kwelinye kwathiwa khawufande le Denel ukwenzela uba incedise umkhosi. Kuthiwa amalungu epalamente, ikomiti yonke, zonke ii-political parties. Ndithweza zaziphaya, ndithweza zaziphaya. Wena uthethanga nge-defense ngaba bathi aba bekhona. Babekhona ndithethi nge-USA mna ndandibabona ngeenkozo ezamehlo.
Honorable Minister, just concentrate on your speech.
Okay. Xa befika apha, bafike balwe naloo nto bebethe mandiyenze. Injani kanti le? Kwi-social services, kwesa statement ndithi 59% is on the social wage. Kuthiwa apha sikhatha i-social wage. Andiyazi hamba njani lo. Mandilungise umahluko phakathi kwe-post office ne-post bank. Khona umahluko phakathi kwe-post office ne-post bank. Imali yendodla ibhatalwa ku-post bank, not uyigqibele kudala i-post bank. I-post office ekumesa. Ndiyayivuma loo nto kangoba ingxaki zayo 23 billion rand. It's not le mali encinci kuthiwa masenzele, siyazijonga ke ezo ngxaki. Ndiye kwezempilo abathi abantu ndibona uba ndiyanicela bantakwethu mani xa sisiza kaloku siboyifunda laa nto nindixeke ngento engekhoyo phaa ningandixeki ngekhoyo. Sithi phaa ku-medium term budget policy statement, move in the medium term, i-health is 25 billion rand. Health is 25 billion rand. Sitsho phaa ku-medium term. Ndithi apha kweli qonga, one of the things efuneka siyenzile ku-restructurisha i-management. Uthi omnye umntu ine-management enkulu uba nguSarupei. Honorable Sarupei. Sithi phaya, there are about almost 200 public entities as small as xhomekeke ku-fiscus. Ku-fiscus. Kula fiscus, baxhomekeke ku-fiscus, they employ about 160,000 yaba. Sithi kule ntlanganiso, we're going to restructure that. There are 200 of them employing about 160,000 yabantu, earning higher. Some of them are earning 4 million rand, double the salary of the DG of National Treasure. Can't be right. Sithe loo nto izawurestructurishwa, funeka ke abantu bayijonge loo nto. Abangathi apha siyithetha. Mntaka Mlenza, impact ndifuna ukongeza enye into eshiye phaa kuwe, ne-R61 is on tender. R61 is on tender. We are moving ukulungisana ukukhawulelana neemfuno zabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Sethu khawulelana neemfuno zabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Mamushe uphumile. Benifuna umxelela uba kwezi zitulo sihlala kule ndawo, uSerimani wayehlala apha, uLindiwe Mazibuko wayehlala apha, uMayimane wayehlala apha. Wathi uTony Leon uMayimane is a failed experiment. Neka ke athi chu uMawushe aba asebenze kakuhle akhoke. Kaloku mazuke ndicela mani sivaneni uba sigxekeni ngento ekhoyo, nifunde ibudget, i-statements ezilapha, nizifunde kakuhle, nibuye nisigxeke ngento engekhoyo. Enkosi mphathi omkhulu, yabona ndisaphethise nomzuzu. Ndiyehla.
Enkosi. Thank you,
Nkosi Diba, Nkosi Diba.
Honorable Chwete, thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the 2022 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the adjustment appropriation bill. Are there any objections to the adjustment appropriation bill to be read for the first time? Honorable Dr. Lotry,
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
DA noted. Honorable Tlangwini,
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Honorable Wessels,
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
thank you. Honorable Sort,
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
the objections shall be noted accordingly.
And the UDM chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Shall be recorded accordingly. Now I will request the secretary to read the order of the day. The motion has been agreed to.
Adjustment appropriation bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, we shall break now and reconvene at 2 o'clock. The house is adjourned for now until 2 o'clock.
Recording
Thank you very
stopped.
much.
Long live the House Chairperson. Sawubona Tlangwini.
Thank you. You may be seated. The secretary will read the 8th order. Eighth.
Consideration of votes and schedule adjustment appropriation bill.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process for this session. Honorable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made, and in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant ministers in respect of these adjustments. Each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes per vote to respond to questions. Honorable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances, they will use their allocated time to make declarations instead of asking questions. Do you want me to repeat? Honorable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances, they will use their allocated time to make declarations instead of asking a question. This will be allowed. Naturally, where a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members may put a question from the floor, microphones in the chamber, or from the virtual platform. I want to believe that you have logged in the staff, table staff, you have logged in so that we are able to recognize those on the virtual platform. Members will be recognized based on the list submitted by parties. After the question and answer session, I will put the votes for decision. Honorable members should please wait until I recognize them before putting their question. I hope we agree we're gonna flow together. Is that a hand? Oh, okay. Honorable members, vote number 1, presidency. Are there any questions? Yes, Honorable Mbele. You can use your microphone there if you want to, but I won't say you can't come to the podium. It's up to you.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo. With the release of the Section 89 independent panel report last night, we once again find ourselves as a country facing an unprecedented crisis centered on the President of the Republic. And it brings to mind the famous line from a much-loved Mzansi 90s comedy classic show, "Yaqala inkathazo madoda." From the HIV/AIDS denialism and quiet diplomacy under President Mbeki, to Nkandla Gates and prolific state capture under President Zuma, to the Phala Phala scandal under President Ramaphosa, the ANC has been nothing if not consistent in delivering constitutional delinquency. In each instance, although the warning bells were rung early and calls for accountability and corrective action were proposed by the DA from the get-go, it took a painstakingly long process before allegations were probed, offenders brought to book, or matters were put on the right path. In each instance, the country and parliament found themselves scrambling at the 11th hour to prevent matters going over the precipice because the state architecture for oversight over the president and presidency is sparse and minimal. 4 oral question sessions per year are simply not enough. So to the minister and the presidents, would they agree that it is high time for the establishment of a portfolio committee on the presidency? And will they commit to proactively addressing, supporting a process for that so that this shortcoming is addressed?
Thank you. Honorable Singh, what is it?
A short declaration, Honorable Chairperson.
I can't
A
hear you.
declaration.
What is happening here? It is your choice.
Okay, thank you.
Whether you put a question or you make a declaration. Because the global time is about both. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
No, before we proceed, I think we must first get the response from the presidency because there was a question.
Honorable House Chair,
Yes, Honorable Ntlagwini.
I've indicated to the table staff that we will be asking a question on this vote. I don't know, did they?
Yes, I'm not done. We just,
Okay.
we started, the DA has already asked their question. Now it must be responded to. Then I will call the next party that has indicated. Now, honorable members, if you did not indicate that you will be asking a question or you will be doing a declaration, it means you are not on my list. And I would like you to do that now. Like for instance, the IFP, you don't appear on this one. The one that I have. So you did not register for your declaration as you request. But this is an open window. I'll be closing it soon. Make sure you contact the table staff if you want to do that.
No, thank you very much for your indulgence, Honorable Chair. May I proceed?
No, we need an answer first
Oh,
from
okay.
the presidency. Vote 1. There was a question by Honorable Mpele.
Much, Chair, from the presidency point of view, accountability is what we are committed to. And it's not up to us to prescribe how we should account. It's the decision of the parliament how we should do it. For instance, I dare say to you, you have not seen a president who, after receiving investigation reports, immediately throw them online without editing them. That's a direct intention to account. So we've got no issues. As long as we are directed by the parliament on that, that's the little response I would make, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm being advised that if we have the DA, the EFF, and the ANC first, they must all ask before the response. I agree. And let's just remind those responding from the executive, you only have 2 minutes per vote. Yeah, I know. Okay, so anyway, that's how we are going to proceed. Let me call the EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In October, you declined, Minister, any suggestion that our own state security agency had any role to play in the cover up by the president of the Palapala farm robbery. The panel report released yesterday indicates on paragraph 170, we are satisfied as a matter of probability that the South African authorities that have met the Namibian police authorities at the no man's land was the team that was investigating the burglary and the theft at the Palapala. On the information presented to us, this was the General Rhodes team. They went to Namibia as part of their investigation of the crime committed at Palapala, unquote. Do you still deny the involvement of our state-owned and state security agencies in the cover-up of the crime? If you do, how probable are you that the operation of the nature would take place without the knowledge of the state security agency? Thank you.
Thank you, the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the issue of the establishment of Vote 1 is a matter for Parliament, I agree. And I could also say that the IFP has put a formal proposal before the Rules Committee, which was considered by the Subcommittee on Rules. And there has been work done in that regard. And one of the things done is that the IFP contended that there are large parts of that budget in Vote 1 that are not accounted for. And this was confirmed by the Public Budget Office. And all I can say is watch this space. Our proposal will be accepted by the Rules Committee, and we will have a Vote 1 sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. The ANC. Okay.
Thank you, House Chair.
Okay, Honorable Mlala.
Thanks, House Chair. My question is on Vote 1. GCIS record an underspending of 2.426 million. How is the minister and the department going to mitigate against this? And what measures are in place to direct government information to the most rural of our country to ensure that even those in deep rural areas are aware of government programs and opportunities? I thank you.
Thank you. We have the Honorable Pando, your hand is up. Minister Pando.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. I wish to raise a point of order, if you would allow, and I would seek your guidance. We have a rule of anticipation in the rules of the National Assembly. And if a matter is to come before the House, should it be debated in this particular sitting? This concerns the panel report, which 2 members have referred to, and my understanding is that the report will come before this House in a very short time. So I need your guidance as to whether we are in breach of the rules at this point. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I agree with you, but I had left it for the minister to respond. What I can say is that Rule 90, which is a rule of anticipation, it says, no member may anticipate the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper or agreed upon by the programming committee for scheduling. You are correct, but for now, I will allow the minister to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the issue of SSA you have dealt with, I want to leave it in your guidance in as far as the anticipatory rule is concerned. On the GCIS, I want to take note of what the honorable member has said. I just want to say it up front. As GCIS, we just cannot afford such under expenditure, and I think it must worry us because there's a lot of, as we have already said, far-flung areas that need support in as far as communication is concerned. So there is no justification for under expenditure. It's a matter I want to take note of, and I take it positively to follow it up. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntlangwini. Your hand is up.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, it's not that we are getting any answers today, even from the Minister in the Presidency, and it's quite a shame that we as members of Parliament take our time to formulate these questions pertaining to the Minister's role of office. He is the Minister in the Presidency, and these entities belongs to him. So to use now a rule of anticipation, it's yet again wanting to dodge questions.
Thank
the
you very
Honorable
much.
State
I think I hear
They've
you.
done it with Jacob Zuma, she wants to do it again. She must stop
Okay.
it.
Okay, all right, honorable member. The rule of anticipation is one of the rules that we have agreed upon in this house. And if a point of order is raised, I have to respond to it. And that is what I just did. Thank you very much. So honorable members, those are the only parties that wanted to either ask question or make a declaration on the presidency, and the answers have been given. We now move to vote 2. The party I have here, that is vote for parliament. UDM?
Sorry, House Chair.
Yes.
Just to remind you, I think we're meant to vote on the.
No, no, we're still coming. It's another part. UDM? Abeko. The ANC? ANC is fine. Thank you very much. That is vote number 2. Vote 3, cooperative governance. We have the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, it is clear that the implementing agent fees for the Community Works Program have become a significant cost item on the COCTA budget. Ideally, with the country's high unemployment rate and the rising cost of food, 80 to 90% of the CWP budget should be spent on targeted beneficiaries. Can the minister come clean and outline the steps that her department has taken to rationalize the high fees that are being paid to implementing agents, and provide us with a fully costed plan of how the implementing agents' fees will be reduced over time or scratched in its totality? Minister, what was the obvious governance intervention necessary, and why on ANC objectives and policies should you not wholeheartedly be condemned for failing the poorest of the poor in the poverty epidemic?
Thank you. No, I will hear if there are questions. We will answer. It's not my thing. Okay. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. To the Minister, first of all, could you tell us what additional measures you could put in place to deal with the high levels of corruption at local government level? And secondly, and very importantly, with the additional allocation that we have now provided, particularly as a result of flooding and crumbling infrastructure, given the fact that we have a lack of capacity to ensure that the infrastructure is maintained, what measures will you put in place to ensure that when these resources are made available, they are able to implement and ensure that we have capacity there to prevent our infrastructure crumbling to the extent it is currently?
Thank you. Al-Jama? Is Al-Jama there? No. The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure that resulted in an adjustment budget to the vote was allocated for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the municipal infrastructure damage arising from the floods. The ARO committee that carried out an oversight on the necessary reconstruction and rehabilitation has arrived at the conclusion that the quality of the expenditure left a lot to be desired. Now, Honorable Minister, in your assessment of the quality of the 3.2 billion that was set aside for the purpose of the adjustment, would you say this is true? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only parties that indicated. And I think I've given everybody enough time now to register if they want to either ask a question or declare. From here henceforth, I won't be adding somebody who is not given to me by the table staff. Any party that is not given to me by the table staff. I'm closing. Thank you. Mrs. van der Merwe, what is that? Kan jy hierso kom, praat met hulle, dan is alles in die hak. Ja. Dankie. The Honorable, the Minister of Cooperative Governance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you to the honorable members who have asked questions and made comments. Maybe I will just start with the question on the capacity of local government. It is true that in many municipalities, the capacity of the administration is not what it should be or what should be desired. And there are objective and subjective reasons for that. The objective reasons for that in some of the municipalities is that there are small municipalities in indigent communities, therefore are not able to raise the resources they need, because we made an assumption when local government started that every municipality will be able to raise its own resources, which is not the case. Hence, we are discussing and we are hoping that we will eventually come to a conclusion with Treasury about the division of revenue, that it should be altered so that the local government does get enough resources to be able to hire the professionals that they need, whether it's planners, whether it's engineers, whether it's CFOs, whether it's MMs. So those are some of the objective reasons. And sometimes even when they do get the engineers in that space, they don't stay long because of the salaries that they are getting from those municipalities.
Thank you, Minister. Your 2 minutes has expired. Thank you very much. So we proceed to vote number 4, Government Communications and Information. No party has registered. We pass to vote number 5, Home Affairs. We have IFP. Home Affairs, we have IFP.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, a recent report to the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs confirmed that South Africa is now home to 15 million undocumented persons. These are citizens and non-citizens. This means that almost a quarter of South Africa's population is unaccounted for. 15 million people are using government services without contributing to tax or VAT. 15 million people are untraceable if they commit crime. 15 million people are taking up job opportunities or running businesses without government knowing whether they are legally permitted to do so. These 15 million people form part of the international syndicates who are operating on South African shores. South Africa's borders are non-existent, and to make matters worse, the department's own investigations have pointed out that up to 40% of all the visas that they've issued were issued fraudulently. This goes without saying that it points to a deepening immigration crisis and a failure by the Department of Home Affairs to implement its own immigration laws. Honorable Minister, can you please unpack your plans to solve South Africa's immigration crisis? And please tell us how you will go about ensuring that you identify, document, or deport the 15 million undocumented persons. Thank you, Chair.
Leave it. Thank you, IFP, ANC. No, body. The Minister of Home Affairs, please respond to the IFP.
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I just want to remind the member that she has asked this question in a form of a written reply, and I've extensively replied to that question, which is the reply which is going to receive very soon. But be that as it may, we have mentioned many times that these figures of illegal migrants in South Africa, we don't know where they come from because there's no database anywhere that records illegal migrants, simply because we don't know them. Nobody knows them. There's no system of knowing them. But the most correct figure officially, which we use, is from Stats SA, which is about 3.5 million, not illegal people, but migrants in South Africa. And we feel safer to use that. The 15 million, we don't really know about. The issues of borders being non-existent, we know is true. Maybe the member might say, yes, the borders are porous. We've extensively mentioned in this parliament what we are going to do. And last week, the Border Management Authority, a newly established authority to deal with the borders, gave an extensive program, its extensive program to the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which I count and outline in two minutes. And suffice to say, in July, you saw publicly how we hired 200 border guards to try and help. And in the report, we're already writing what they've achieved in the borders, in stopping stolen cars and all the other wrong things that are happening at the borders. And we want to announce to you again that next year, when the financial year starts, we're going to hire 400 extra border guards to try and bolster the ones who are
Thank you
already
very
there.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, there is nothing on international relation and cooperation, nothing from the Treasury, nothing from planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We are now on vote 10, public enterprise. The DA?
It is clear that our budget forecast is overstating economic growth by anything between 1.2 and 1.4%. And the burgeoning debt burden is largely due to government's continued bailing out of failed state-owned enterprises. Bailouts are the order of the day. Instead of rolling out the red carpet to the private sector, this government keeps bankrupt state companies alive at huge cost and poor production, while the country itself goes bankrupt because this government spends more than it earns. Yes, you need growth to finance an economy, but I ask you, how do you have an economy without electricity? Now, Mr. Gordon has found some emergency diesel, despite us having no strategic reserve of refined fuels. And he says he has talked to the finance minister about where the money could be found. Don't you just love these random fines to buttress bankruptcy? But the finance minister has been silent on the matter. So the question is, where is the money going to come from? And even if found, anyone with half a brain knows that South Africa is 2 to 3 years away from a massive debt crisis. Don't take it from me, take it from Claude Basak, the CEO of Unomics. So, should the minister not change his name to Oliver, like the Dickens character, who said, "Please, sir, I'd like some more"? To which the answer was, "What? More? Hold him, scold him, flounce him, pick him up and bounce him." Lest, of course, the money comes from under some sofa.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have been told in the past that the State Security Agency is the one that is taking longer to process the vetting of senior managers in government and SOEs. Some of these people are employed for 5 years and finish their contracts without being vetted, but deal with serious and sensitive matters of national security daily. Yesterday, we learned at Scopa that ESCOM CEO Andre Tutoritu and COO Jan Opeholzer are refusing to submit documents to be vetted. They were given until the end of June or July to submit, but they failed to do it. Today is the 1st of December, nearly 6 months later, and they are still refusing. How must we trust that they are dealing with the corruption at ESCOM, which they claim is their priority? We don't have to have the crisis of blackout when the most senior managers are refusing to be vetted. How are junior managers going to agree to be vetted when Andre Deritu is refusing to be vetted? What is so special about him and the COO? Can the Minister Hazim tell us what is so special about ESCOM senior managers? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM. Mkwana UDM. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be on questions. While we appreciate the additional funding provided to DNL and Transnet to return these SOCs to profitability, in addition to the government's ESCOM debt takeover to ensure the utility is financially sustainable, ALESCO and SAA require government funding to diversify production and complete the business rescue process respectively. And considering the importance of this, one, what can be expected? When can we expect the government to make additional allocations to ALEXCO and SAA to address the highlighted outstanding matters? And two, will this additional allocation come with strict pre- and post conditions, as was the case with DNL? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Well done.
The honorable members, please don't do that. Don't switch on your mic when you are on virtual platform without being recognized. Don't do that. Honorable Minister of Public Enterprises.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members. As far as SAA is concerned, the outstanding amounts are about meeting the requirements of the business rescue plan, and the Treasury is looking into that matter. DNL is got enough money now to get onto its feet and begin to make more money as it gets more orders. As far as the ESCOM CEO and COO are concerned and vetting, I will certainly inquire into that and make sure that there's compliance with that. And then as far as Mr. Half-a-Brain is concerned, we've addressed the brain size issue before. However, everybody knows that there's a shortage of megawatts in our system. It has to be complemented in some way. And there is a clear strategy. The one is to make sure that the plants work better, that there is less corruption at these plants and less destruction. And on the other hand, to supplement the capacity of the plant and the megawatts it can provide with usage of diesel on a rational basis in order to meet the requirements of the country. By next year, towards the end of the year, there will be enough megawatts around for us to ensure that we move out of the energy crisis. We are nowhere near a debt crisis in South Africa. So I think the melodrama that Honorable Kachalia always likes to present to you and to the country is just that, melodrama. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We move now, honorable members. Honorable members, please, let's not forget we are in the House. Public service, vote number 11, public service and administration, no indication of interest. Public Service Commission, none. Vote 13, Public Works and Infrastructure, the DA.
House Chairperson, the adjustment process has seen 389 million rand transferred to the Department of Transport for their rural roads program, specifically for the Welisizwe Rural Bridges project. While originally a joint venture between the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Department of Defense, it is interesting that the Department of Transport is now the implementer. However, if there is money to be taken from the DPWI vote, we cannot argue against it being used to give poor rural people safe access to schools, clinics, and other services which have been so difficult for them to access in the past. That being said, we are concerned about the apparent breakdown in relations between the DPWI and other government departments and the failure of the DPWI to adequately cater to the needs of their clients. The Telkom Towers precinct in Tshwane is almost 4 years over time. Senior SAPS officials are still unable to occupy their offices, and SAPS are spending 31 million rand on private leases. The Department of Defense is in the process of taking back as many powers and functions as quickly as possible from the DPWI. And Parliament has recently announced that they will be taking responsibility for the rebuild of Parliament to the tune of 2 billion rand in a stunning display of lack of confidence in the ability of the DPWI to manage a project of this magnitude. Minister de Lille, South Africa is becoming a country that works without public works. How can you win back the trust of your client departments in the ability of the DPWI to deliver on its mandate? Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, House Chair. Minister, it is said that gross capital formation, investment in the economy should be in the region of about, in terms of government's estimates, 30% of our GDP. But when one looks at the investment into both from the private sector as well as government, the investment falls well below that 30%. Recent indicators show that investment in infrastructure are at critical levels, leaving many wanting to divest from South Africa because of the poor infrastructure. So, Minister, what is your plan? What is your department's plan to ensure that infrastructure in South Africa keeps pace with the need for economic growth? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And Minister, how will the department deal with the problem of underspending, which negatively impacts on the implementation of important programs like EPWP? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Before the minister responds, I saw a hand on the monitor. Is it this or is the same person? Okay. No, you don't have to raise your hand if you know that the party has registered. And if you raise your hand, it's either through a point of order so that we don't get confused. The Honorable, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to the members. To start with Honorable Tring, the 30% contribution of construction to GDP is contained in the National Development Plan. Out of that, the public sector is responsible for a contribution of 8%. and the private sector for the rest. And the construction industry was also badly affected by COVID, but it is busy on the amend. And I think in next year, we will see a much better improvement. Just on the shifting of the funds of 388.91 million to the Department of Transport is a mechanism advised by National Treasury, because the funding will also be going to the provinces. And it's a way of shifting the money. But the project itself, it is still be done by the Department of Defense, Public Works and Transport and the local municipalities. So there's no change there. It was a mechanism by National Treasury to shift the 388 million for the bridges. Also that no department in terms of the constitution of this country can take powers away from DPWI. Where they need powers to be devolved to them, it must be on the basis of a request. And where such request has been received from the Department of Defense, Department of the DKS, we have granted that, and also correctional services, but it can't just be taken, it must be requested. And so definitely in terms of the telecom building, as we know that the implementing agent there was DBSA, and we have put DBSA to terms, including the 2 visits that was done by the portfolio committee, and SAPS is now in one of the buildings. We are looking at putting the minister and the senior staff temporarily into the Civitas building, but that is still under discussion. And so
Honorable Minister, your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vote 14, Statistics South Africa, we pass. Vote 15, Traditional Affairs, we pass. Vote 16, Basic Education, the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, early this year, as is the case every single year, there was a protest by taxi drivers in the Eastern Cape in relation to payments to learner transport. Thousands of learners in that province, in KZN, in Limpopo, and many other rural provinces struggle to get to school because of transportation, with many having to walk kilometers just to get to school. How much money has been set aside or was set aside for school transportation this year? And how much of it has been spent? And what provisions have you made to ensure that at the beginning of 2023, the school calendar, there is no child who's going to be crossing rivers just to get to school because of lack of transportation in this country? Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The adjusted budget for basic education does not show a marked difference from the original one. The problem is that there is money used in the department which is, according to an answer from the minister, derived from donations, some from overseas and some from domestic institutions. Donated money is used to fund, amongst others, the program for the inclusion of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, sex characteristics in education, according to a specific ideological framework. This is already implemented in the ECD phase, a project for which the EDP CETA provided 20 million rand. Are donations and the programs on which these are expended laid before Parliament and accounted for? Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, and I know that some funds are being allocated for particular infrastructure in schools. The Gardens Combined Primary School in the Denhauser area has pit latrines, no kitchen. They actually take buckets going into the neighbors looking for water. Equally, the Mossdale Primary School in the same area have no water. They have pit toilets, no fencing whatsoever, where they go with buckets looking for water from their neighbors. The Mandla Masha School has a library that is in a container. Can you please tell us what measures are going to be put in place to address the challenges that these schools face Mandla Masha has over 1,060 learners, Minister. So I think it's time that we dealt with the challenges some of these schools have faced, and particularly the quintal system must be relooked at. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Infrastructure development is a key imperative to improving the quality of education and addressing the infrastructure backlog in the sector and responding to the to disaster impacted infrastructure. The department adjustment is significant in allocating funds for the education infrastructure grant. Minister, which provinces will receive this allocation and how many schools will be supported by the adjusted funds? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Minister of Basic Education, you may respond. Honorable Minister of Basic Education. Is she there? Is she on the list? Not there. The Honorable Minister of Basic Education is not here. We will come back. Yeah. Or the deputy, any member or the deputy for that? Do we have the deputy? Okay. Yeah. But even if I come back, let me put it clear. I won't be asking members to do their questions again. I hope that there are people who are listening and they will advise what was happening. Yes, Honorable Papa.
Chair, I just need to put it on record that the Deputy President, in his capacity as leader of government business, sent an official communication to all ministries to answer questions outlining the procedure which is required in the House. So there cannot be a situation that nobody knows about this session. So that I'm doing it so that somebody mustn't ask me whether it was done.
We can see even the letter is here. Thank you. We proceed now. The vote 16 will stand over for answers. We'll see if it will happen, but we proceed. Vote 17, higher education and training.
Chairperson.
Hello, ma.
Yeah, my hand is
Yes,
up.
your hand is up. I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
Honorable Member.
Yeah, it's fine, Chair. No, Chair, I'm worried if we are going to pass like that while the minister is expected to answer questions here. So what if other ministers that needs to answer as well are not here?
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to you. We will deal with that. I think I will get a response towards the end. Let's try and go towards the end and see what's happening at the end, Ma'am Kalipi. Thank you. We will deal with that there. Okay. The Deputy Minister for Basic Education has just registered. I hope that we will come back to you. We are not there now. We are moving to vote 17, higher education and training, UDM. UDM what is the fella, my thing. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the growth of higher education is an important priority to expand access to higher education and training, noting that the adjustment was done to fund students by just over 1.3 billion. How will the department mitigate the shift of funds from the allocation for infrastructure for the Solplachi University and the University of Mpumalanga, and the allocation shifts from the University of Education program? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training. The Minister for or Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Training.
Deputy
Minister.
Minister, is Deputy Minister
Thank you, Honorable
How may I-
Manamela.
if I can
Deputy
respond
Minister,
to
you
that
may
question?
respond.
Thank you. Just to respond, the funds based on the question the honourable member has asked were shifted from areas with low spending, and the impact of the shift was assessed before the recommendations were made. And so most areas where funds were taken from have been allocated funds over the medium-term expenditure framework period, and therefore there won't be any major impact on service delivery. And the slow spending is also attributed to various reasons, and the department is working closely with institutions to address those reasons relating to slow spending. In October, we approved a reallocation of 1.6 billion in interest earned by universities on previously allocated capital funds for infrastructure projects to alleviate budget pressures in areas affected by the shifting of funds to support student subsidies. I think it's also important, House Chair, to note that further shifting of funds from key university programs to support student funding is not sustainable, as institutions require the funds to improve and sustainable quality teaching and learning. University subsidies must ensure the sustainability of the universities that funded students will enter and their continued ability to provide quality teaching and learning to all students. Diverting core funding intended for the sustainability, growth, and development of the institutions themselves to student funding will have to be addressed in order not to collapse the university system, which we believe is already under strain. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. We now on vote 18, health, the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, given that the Finance Minister has now explicitly stated in a reply to a parliamentary question that Treasury will not rush to fund NHI without factoring in its costs on the fiscus, together with the fact that the Genesis report found that the NHI pilot projects had mixed successes and that a conclusion of improved health in each district could not be drawn. And given that the NHI will be implemented in gradual stages to ensure it commences effectively, will the Minister take South Africa into his confidence and test further pilot projects prior to the implementation of NHI, given the failures of the past projects which occurred long before COVID-19 and the looming recessions? And will the Minister complete an up-to-date feasibility study to allay fears that South Africa cannot afford NHI and that the health system would collapse if NHI came into effect? Mr. Minister, our public health system is on life support. In this current economic climate, government cannot be spending billions of rands on an NHI bill as an election tool. Government needs to ensure that we upgrade our current health sector to realize real universal health care for South African citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much. The Minister, when asked about the distinct funding model of the NHI, is sadly unable to distinctly appraise the Portfolio Committee on Health on the precise model on various occasions to date. On one occasion, the Minister made an assertion that the NHI will see a reallocation of funds in the NDOH, implying that this will be done in order to accommodate, in true essence, the tendering of healthcare to the private sector. Noting the compromise of our people in rural and township areas who already struggle with accessing the limited healthcare facilities as is, the referral system that is imminent in the NHI bill, and that there are no private facilities that will be of benefit to them in close proximity in their geographical areas. What does this reallocation entail, and how will it affect public facilities in rural and township areas that our people will still solely depend on, even with the NHI being implemented? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the department has experienced minimal adjustments to its appropriation of just over 4 million rand.
Can you raise your mic? Yeah, please.
I can sit down?
As a brief.
Thank you. Shall I start from scratch?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the department has experienced minimal adjustments to its appropriation of just over 4 million rand on goods and services. Which goods and services were impacted by the adjustment in the NHI program? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Health.
Let me start by apologizing for the minister who is on a World AIDS Day event in the Free State and therefore unfortunately not able to be here today to answer these questions. On the first part, Honorable Clerk, this question comes all the time. We indicate that the pilot sites were not put in place to check whether we should or should not continue with the NHI. It was meant to give us a baseline of where are we in this ideal clinic, hospital, health system that we ideally want to have. And it showed us. I actually could tell because no amount of shaking your head will not. I was the MEC of a particular province then. And there were nine districts in the country who did the NHI. In the province that I led, there were 2 districts. It was Mkungundlovu and Umzinyathi. We created a baseline. We now know which clinics should be adjusted to what level for anybody to say, yes, indeed, this is an ideal clinic. This is a place I am happy to see supporting me. That was the part. So we anticipated that anyway, we are going to get a baseline. We never expected that we are going to see all clinics being the best of the best. We understood that, and therefore, that is why the Presidential Health Compact is guiding us and telling us where do we go in terms of an improvement. On the other question regarding the funding, we are actually saying, yes, there would be proportional more adjustments to fund and improve the infrastructure of those far-flung rural clinics and hospitals so that we do not disadvantage anyone because they are happening to be in a rural facility or in a rural space. On the last question, with regards to—
Unfortunately, your time is up. We have a global time of 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Let me acknowledge Deputy Minister of Education. We are aware that you are here. We will give you an opportunity after vote 41. Thank you. We proceed now to vote 19. Social Development, the UDM. Nirni. NFP.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as you are aware, we have high levels of gender-based violence, but more importantly, crime as a whole with the latest statistics. My understanding is this, that we can only solve this problem by getting to the root causes through grassroots level. And we also know your departments are all working in silos. What measures can you put in place to start at school level to identify children that are coming from dysfunctional families so that you can address them through social workers? Very importantly, to ensure that every child stays at school, must go to school and complete her school. And added to that is there's a very high number of social workers that are unemployed. And the safety ambassador at school has been discontinued, particularly in the Western Cape. Can you put some measures in place to attend to this so that we can address this from grassroots level and create a better generation and society in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the Department of Social Development was significantly impacted by the adjustment of its appropriation by 6 billion for social assistance. Why were these funds shifted? What is the impact of this adjustment for grant beneficiaries? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good afternoon to everyone in the room. Honorable from the INFP, yes, we do need to deal with the root cause of gender-based violence. and it starts with families. It is for this reason that the Department of Social Development and my office as the ministry has agreed that we need to put programs in place that deal with this problem house to house, street to street, community to community. It is important for us to appreciate that government alone cannot be able to resolve the problem because Minister Begicele and the entire police force cannot be going inside to houses and homes. It is the people who are in the home who have to be able to report on time, see it when it's happening. That's why we, as a department, are not only looking at the safety and security within the homes, we are looking at an education program that can assist our communities, working together with non-profit organizations who, by the way, we spend 8.2 billion per year funding them so that they can be able to assist us. That will be the first question. The second question from the ANC regarding the budget cuts, I think we have had conversations about this, the fact that the entire government, we had to, for 3 years, our baseline could not be the same and monies had to be taken into other programs. And I know the members have been raising the issue of some of the money being taken by defense to deal with the issues of Mozambique. Here is it. Every one of us needs peace, security, and stability. And therefore, if our government needs to support and nip the problem at where it starts, we need to be able to contribute. Of course, it's not very pleasant for
Your
me as a
time is
Minister
up,
of Social
Minister.
Development when money is taken away from social development. Thank you.
Thank you. We now, Honorable Chabalala, please mute your mic. Vote 20, we pass, which is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Vote 21, civilian secretariat for the police, we pass. Vote 22, correctional services, we pass. Vote 23, defense, we move. Vote 24, IPIT, we pass. Vote 25, justice and constitutional development, we pass. Vote 26, military veterans, we pass. Vote 27, office of the Chief Justice, the IFP. No, it's not that one. We passed that one. Is police. Vote 28, the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of Honorable Machozi, Honorable Minister, considering the continuous increase in cases of murder and sexual assault, as per the recently released crime statistics, how does the department intend to adequately investigate these crimes and provide prosecutorial support for victims whilst there is a reduced budget allocation for the Forensic Science Laboratories sub-program? Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, one of the serious problems in terms of the crimes in South Africa, Inanda police station has been isolated as number one. But the fact of the matter is that the satellite police station at Amawoti is contributing to the crime that is happening under Inanda police station. And there is no proper infrastructure in terms of Amawoti police station. And there was one person who donated a sort of an office, but it has not been opened. Can you update in terms of what is happening with Amawoti police station, taking into consideration that the community of Amawoti is experiencing a high crime since 1994? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC?
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Police Portfolio Committee, Honorable Begicele Ubhegomncane, the MTBTPS indicates that there has been an underspending of over 30 million due to a number of reasons, including delays in tender process. Now, Honorable Minister, how will you ensure that this matter of underspending is addressed? I thank you.
Thank you. It's your time, the Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Starting at the tail. The programs that as the South African police we underspend mostly is infrastructure. And that infrastructure is not run by the South African Police Service, it's run by the sister department, Public Works. So if then there is no rolling on that one, we'll underspend. There are two programs where we mostly underspend, and the IT, which is run by CETA. We spend a lot of time sitting down trying to find the answer on those two, and we have a problem. As I'm sitting here, I don't have an office, and my office has been bought and fixed in 2 billion, but I can't go to the office. I spoke to the minister. I work from home, so I don't have an office as a minister of police. So that's the first one. The second one, the question of gender-based violence and high matters. This time, 10,000 women were raped in South Africa in 3 months. 62% of them were raped in their own houses. Not on the parks, not where they're supposed to be. So the question may be that when two Minister of DSD does work to say it's a societal matter, while we arrest and we do all those things, while there are more than 7,000 lifers, there are 7,000 lifers for committing that kind of crime. But it's not going to work if we don't deal with families, if we don't deal with society and all that. But beyond, across the board of the governance, what we call environmental design, people, they are raped where it is dark, they are raped where there are no streets and all those kind of things.
Thank you.
So it's important that we work across the government.
Thank you.
Let's go, deal.
Una 2 minutes.
Oh.
Okay.
So,
I-2
ngiyibuyisela
minutes isho
kanjani
ukuthi
impendulo, Chairperson?
when you respond uzabona ukuthi wafaka njani wonke ama-question. Yeah. We are done. We are now moving to vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Former homelands such as Venda, Ciskei, and Transkei had irrigation schemes and thriving farms that used to employ hundreds of thousands of South Africans. With the advent of democracy, South Africans had high hopes of seeing the agricultural economy improve. We had hopes of seeing land being surveyed, roads, infrastructure being improved, and irrigation schemes being expanded to create a lively rural economy for most South Africans living in these areas. These things did not happen. Instead, we went backwards. Most land reform beneficiaries of Plus farms saw their dreams of a better future dying in their faces. Some were given farms with no post-settlement support. The failure rate of these farms is a whopping 75%. As a result, rural towns are becoming ghost towns. The high failure rate is as a result of poor ANC government support. Whereas these farmers cannot use their leased farms as collateral to raise capital, nice poverty trapped by the ANC government in order to blame the apartheid government. The lack of formal legally protected land rights has placed the citizens living in communal areas at extreme risk of poverty, unemployment, and dispossession. To address all these challenges, the Democratic Alliance is about to introduce the Land Justice Bill. Bill's clarion call is title deeds and private ownership for all who want it. Will the minister support the Democratic Alliance in ensuring that the bill is passed? If not, why not?
FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Today, the OBP released a press statement regarding the lack of availability of certain vaccines. The blue tongue vaccine will apparently only be available in at least 3 weeks and others only at the end of January 2023. What is more worrying is the rumor that the Honourable Minister is not granting permission to other companies to produce these necessary vaccines in the meantime. What are the facts regarding this? And if this is true, what are our farmers supposed to do in this coming rainy season? I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. The ANC. Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the colleagues, as well as honorable members and those members who have asked questions. Maybe if I were to answer the question by Honorable Masipa, which is whether the minister will support the introduction of the private members bill on land justice bill. That is the matter of the legislature, as he knows very well. So it's not whether the minister supports or not, is him and the legislators who must persuade one another on this legislation. But I do agree that there's a need for farmer support on those who have been settled on land and those who are in communal areas. That's why last year, the Minister of Finance actually made an allocation for farmer support in order to address some of these concerns that Honorable Masipa is raising. With respect to Honorable Breed, the minister doesn't deal with the registration of vaccines. Actually, those are dealt with by the registrar. So whatever rumor that she might have had is misplaced. And as you know very well, that in any registration of a vaccine, you need to actually give scientific proof about the development of that vaccine, what elements are in that vaccine, whether they meet the requirements, and be able to have that registered. Process is very clear. So if there's anybody who says their registration of a vaccine has not been approved, needs to actually follow up with the registrar to understand what are the reasons. OBP has been engaging other entities who actually do production of the blue tongue vaccines, for instance, to ensure that there is no gap in the market and farmers will be able to get the necessary vaccine at all times. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. We now vote 30, Communications and Digital Technologies. No question, no declaration. Vote 31, Employment and Labor, FF+.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, there is a rollover of 52 million rand for the Government Technical and Advisory Centre to appoint an ecosystem manager. What does an ecosystem manager at the Government Technical Advisory Centre do specifically to promote this department's expanded mandate? And would this money not be better spent at the CCMA, for instance, where budget cuts is hampering the good and necessary work they do?
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, the issue of UIF is continuing to be a challenge to the people who have just lost their employment. When people lost their employment, they go to labor centers and is either the system is down or there is no update at all. What is your plan to address this issue for the poorest of the poor? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC. No questions. Okay, thank you. The Minister of Employment and Labor.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members. We have indicated that we have a strategy of trying to turn around this entity, the UIF, including, of course, the compensation fund. But what was very clear was we have to deal with the whole architecture of the UIF, because we're running here the medical insurance, we're running the employment insurance for the people. Therefore, we can't run it along the lines of the department. We are engaged in a process where we are trying to look at the whole structure, looking at the skills, the strategy, and looking at the systems of that particular entity in order to turn it around. But remember, it's in a deep hole, as I've always said. It's not as easy as that. And we are in a process that we would be able to announce a new structure, but this means the type of the personnel which you are going to have, it's not the personnel which we'll have in the public service. We will have to go out and have the right personnel. And on the issue of the filling of some of the positions, and an example has been made, we've never asked for the rollover of funds insofar as the filling of the vacancies. But my concern has always been the returning of the unspent funds meant for the compensation of the employees. And these funds, as you have correctly pointed out, that are meant to ensure that our people receive proper
Your
service.
2 minutes is over, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Mara niyenze njalo kube nizama ukuphendula yonke imibuzo ebuziweko. Vote 32 we pass, that is fisheries, forestry, fisheries and environment. Vote 33 human settlement we pass. Vote 34 mineral resource and energy we pass. Vote 35 science and innovation, no interest. Vote 36 small business and development, no interest. Vote 37 sports, arts and culture, FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, 15.4 million rand has been appropriated away from the Performing Arts Centre of the Free State that was allocated for building and infrastructure upgrades. Now, we know that PACOFS has been marred by corruption and malpractices at the entity, which was exposed during forensic investigations. Has this allocation been reappropriated because the department does not trust the entity with such amounts of taxpayers' money? And if not, why then? And what is the plan then for necessary infrastructure upgrades that has to happen at PACOFS? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has multiplied adjustments in its appropriation for the Creation, Development and Sport Promotion Program and the Arts, Culture Promotion and Development to support the Presidential Employment Initiative. How will the department ensure impact programs support beneficiaries who will have been supported by the Mzansi Golden Economy and the creative industries intervention, which were significantly impacted? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Pass, Chair, pass. I
No,
think that's
no.
an error. Pass.
No, it's an error, yes. It's me, I called the lower one, sorry. It is the ANC. None. The Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, may respond to the FF plus.
Thank you very much, Chair. The member would know that PACOFS has been struggling over years to a level where it was getting disclaimers because of the point she's raising. Today, PACOFS consecutively has been getting an unqualified audit, which means that the problems of the past the member is talking to have been dealt with going forward. To the ANC,
No, 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 no,
Yes.
that can't be happening. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, please. Sorry to you, Honorable Mthetho. This.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, PESP, as the honorable member would know, that PESP has been more of an intervention occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic, whilst other programs of government of assisting artists continue, like Mzansi Golden Economy. So it is possible that a person will benefit from the intervention, or companies or organizations of PERS, but also benefit from what the government has to offer. Honorable Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Vote 39, Trade, Industry and Competition, FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. My question to the Honorable Minister would be if the Minister is convinced that the department will still be able to contribute towards a sustainable economic growth considering the reduced budget and amidst the detrimental legacy of state capture, corruption and COVID-19 measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP. You have it here. Just
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the ACDP, I have repeatedly drawn focus to the policy of beneficiation, which essentially is the transformation of a mineral or combination of minerals into a higher value product, which can be either consumed locally or exported. Now, through the policy or through the process of beneficiation, the extracted minerals, South Africa and the extracted minerals, South Africa can increase its potential for economic growth, development and job creation. It can also serve as a driver for empowerment of historically disadvantaged South Africans and enable the development of new entrepreneurs in the downstream, side stream and upstream industries. So Minister, I say all of this because you know that I've raised this repeatedly within our committees. But what percentage of our exported minerals is actually beneficiated? And what plan does your department have to ramp this up, ensuring that we do not fall into the category of a consumerist nation? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC. The Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you for the two questions. On Honorable Mulder's question from the FF Plus, indeed, our need to use our resources better, more efficiently, and with more impact is going to be even more important in the new financial year, given the fiscal constraints. But what we're doing is we're also trying to leverage more through partnerships with the private sector. So for example, in competition areas, we're getting companies to set up funds that are promoting transformation, supporting industrialization and job creation. In our equity equivalent programs, we're doing similar things. With trade reform, we're saying to companies that are in fact asking for tariff support, that they've got to demonstrate that they are putting more money into building the productive capacity of their sectors. In many of the competition areas, we're also promoting greater worker ownership. So not all of the challenges that we face need to be resolved only through fiscal transfers. Of course, we would like more money, and if Parliament was to so agree, that would always be great, but we're doing a lot more now with the limited resources we have. Secondly, on the question raised by Honorable Tring from the ACDP, indeed, Honorable Tring, you've set out so clearly the arguments in favor of beneficiation. So what we're doing is with certain value chains, we're now ensuring that we get greater local value add. Let me take the example of platinum. South Africa has the world's biggest resources of platinum. We can export it in one of two forms. We could either export it as raw platinum or palladium, and we do still do quite a bit of that, or we can use that in the South African automobile sector and export the finished cars. If we look at the trade between South Africa and the European Union or the United Kingdom as an example, you see an increasing export of finished products. And that is
And thank
an
you.
excellent example of beneficiation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Transport, no question, no declaration. 41, water and sanitation. DA? Water and sanitation, the DA? I pass. The IFP?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, throughout the country, a common problem is water infrastructure challenges, maintenance hardly visible, dysfunctional water entities, lack of water tankers where they are required to deliver water, sanitation plants dysfunctional. An example is in eThekwini where the beaches are unusable. I won't use the word the other day. Given above reality, Honorable Minister, how does your department intend to provide these basic functions with a reduction in the budget allocation? Will these functions be compromised, bringing upon additional hardship on our citizens? And the second part of this, Honorable Minister, is amidst all of this, a water entity, Umgeni Water, reportedly spent millions of rand to relaunch a water project in Ward 99 at eThekwini that is already being implemented. But the strange thing is that in this very area, there's a by-election on the 14th of December. So was this relaunch, which consisted of booze and artists, just a by-election ploy? Could you kindly give us answers? I know we've sent in a written question to the latter part of my declaration, but perhaps you could answer us here. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The EFF?
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, Minister. Kunengxaki enkulu laphana sibonile futhi ukuthi uya intervene in some of the municipalities like in Zululand in terms of water. Kodwa ke eThekwini kunenkinga enkulu yamanzi. What is your plan to intervene eThekwini? I'm talking about Ward 60 whereby community esemhlasini ike ihlale ingabi namanzi for 2 weeks, and the municipality of eThekwini knows about this problem. But it seems as if that department of the under municipality is also not helpful at all. So what is the intervention from your department in order for the people to receive the basic needs such as water? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The ANC?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Portfolio Committee has repeatedly expressed concern about the Department of Water and Sanitation's underspending. The adjustment appropriation shifts funds to respond to the disaster and the Vaal River Pollution Remediation Project. What is the progress of implementation for the two projects, and how will the department ensure the projects are implemented timeously and avoid underspending? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation?
Thank you very much, House Chair, and to the honorable members of the House. The issue here is water and sanitation infrastructure in municipalities generally, and including eThekwini, from the two honorable members. Firstly, I want to report for everybody's understanding that since we got appointed to the Department of Water and Sanitation, we sought and have proceeded in this fashion of repositioning the department such that they are able to deal with the whole value chain, as opposed to dealing with just bulk water, which was the practice before we came, and deal with water boards and so on. But it was just to deal with water at a higher level, mainly focusing on water resource management. We then have refocused the department to water services management as well. What has that meant? It has meant that to an extent, we watered down legislation that separated municipalities as distinct water service authorities, such that the department wouldn't enter that space, even where there would be problems, like honorable members are indicating here. Now we've done that successfully, that repositioning. What is the result? I'm then answering the question. Tomorrow, we are engaging at Teguini municipality. I mean, the reason for this was our observation that by and large, local government has deteriorated or declined throughout the country in terms of their capacity and their ability to render services, including water and sanitation.
Minister, your time
Okay.
has expired. Thank you very much. I will now go back.
Point of order. Is there no question to me, please?
You went outside.
I've been sitting here honoring the parliament.
Minister of Transport.
No question.
When I wanted you to respond, you left the house. No, I'm lying, Honorable Minister. There was no question for you. Thank you.
Minister.
Honorable members, okay.
Speaker.
We want to go back now. Order, honorable members. We want to go back to vote number 16. Deputy Minister Mohaule, did you get the questions?
Yeah.
Okay, you may respond now. You have 2
Thank you.
minutes.
Yes, it was 2 minutes, but there are 4 and sub questions. But thank you very much. I've never left the meeting. I've always been in the meeting. There are questions about infrastructure backlog, but and the adjustment. The adjustment, we only focused on 2 provinces. We addressed the storm damage in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. And the number of schools in KwaZulu-Natal that we have budgeted for is 356 schools at 269 million. Eastern Cape is 26 schools at 14 million with the adjustment budget of the infrastructure grant. Then there was a question about the schools, a school in Tannhauser with 1,200 learners and a container library, and that other schools in the same area have pit latrines. On the pit latrines, we are addressing pit latrines on SAFE, which is what we are reporting all the time in Parliament. But in other instances, provinces through IEG, Education Infrastructure Grant, they do. But in this particular case, Chair, I want to promise that we are going to investigate as to what is the situation there. So the question about comprehensive sexuality education donors. Yes, it's a fact. We do receive donors from UN agencies. But because it's not a matter that is in the APP, we include that in the annual report. When we present an annual report, we indicate everything that came through all donors, even those that might be coming from the province. On scholar transport, at DBE, we don't have budget for scholar transport. It is in the provinces. But I know that provinces are working with the Department of Transport. Yes, there are other learners that are deserving, but they are not transported due to various reasons, which I may give in writing if members would want that. There are so different reasons why some learners are not transported. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the question and answer and declaration session on votes. We now proceed to decide on votes and schedules. I now put vote 1. Are there any objections? Actually, we have, let me just read who gave, and if maybe you were left out, you can add. On the objections, we have the DA, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. That is for vote one, the presidency.
Hi,
Is
Chair, we
that all?
object.
Yes, the
EFF object.
The EFF. Thank you very much. With that division, if they've written here, I agree with them. I confirm it by telling them. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. With those objections, the vote. Oh, they must go on record. Okay. They say you must go on record. EFF is already on record. DA?
Please note the objection of the DA. I hope you don't mind if I said Chair.
No. FF Plus?
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
ACDP?
Please note the objection of the ACDP.
With the objections, the report, I mean, the vote is thus agreed to. We put vote to Parliament. Come, Honorable Member. I'm sorry for just a minute. Let me just move.
Honorable members, we are now on vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DM.
The objection is noted. Are there any further objections?
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
It's noted. Are there any further objections?
Please note the ACDP.
Thank you. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections and the vote is agreed to. Honorable members, I now put to you vote number 3, cooperative governance. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the DA and the call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
input may do so by informing the chairperson. Honorable members, having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 3, cooperative governance, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked, and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Party whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform, and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. ANC in person here, we are 17. Online is 170, totaling up to 187 voting in full support. Thank you.
The DA.
In the House, we've got 20. On the virtual platform, we've got 47, totaling 67 voting against.
The EFF.
EFF in the House, none, and on the virtual platform, we're 29, and you are voting against.
The IFP.
House Chairperson, we are 1 in the House, 6 on the virtual platform, totaling to 7 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
Chairperson, we are 4 members online, 2 members in the House. That's 6 in total voting against.
The ACDP.
ACDP is 3 on platform and 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM. The ATM. Good.
1 on the platform, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Chairperson, 1 on virtual platform in support. Thank you.
The AIC. Cope. The PAC.
The PAC is 1 and is voting against.
Al Jama. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 196 that voted in favor, 107 voting against. There's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I also wish to inform you that in all subsequent divisions, the bells will only be rung for 15 seconds. I now put vote number 4, Government Communication and Information System. Are there any objections?
EFF objects.
Please note the objection of the DA.
DA, the EFF. Are there any further objections?
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
FF Plus.
The ACDP, thank you.
ACDP. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 5, Home Affairs.
Note the objection of the DA.
EFF objects.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Honorable members, we are now on vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. Are there any objections?
The DA, Chair.
The DA?
EFF Chair.
EFF?
FF Plus.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
And the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Vote number 8, National Treasury. Are there any objections?
DA Chair.
EFF object.
DA, the EFF,
FF plus,
FF plus,
ACDP.
and the ACDP,
UDM.
and the UDM. And with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. We'll now go to vote number 9, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. Are there any objections?
Yes, we object as
Chair.
EFF.
DA, the EFF,
FF plus,
FF plus,
ACDP.
ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections, and the vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put to you vote number 10, Public Enterprises. Are there any objections?
Big
Call
objection.
for division, House Chair.
The DA is calling for a division, and the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, you know the voting procedure, and the question that we are considering. Honorable members, can we follow proceedings, please? You know the voting procedure, and the question that we will be considering is that vote number 10 be agreed to. Do we have the quorum present, the NA table? It is. We do have a quorum present, and I will now allow the party whips to declare the votes of their members, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In the chamber here, ANC 17, on the virtual platform, ANC 171, totaling up to 178. Thank you. Voting in support.
Thank you. The DA,
House Chair, we've got 24 in the House, 47 online, totaling 71 voting again.
thank you. The EFF,
29 online, we vote against.
the IFP,
Chairperson, 1 in the House, 6 online, voting in favor. Thank you.
thank you. The FF plus,
4 online, 2 in the House. That's a total of 6 voting against.
thank you. The ACDP,
The ACDP is 3 online, 1 in the House voting against.
the UDM,
1 on virtual, Chair, voting against.
the ATM. Good,
1 on virtual, voting in support, Chair. Thank you.
thank you. The NFP,
Thank you, Chair. 1 on virtual in support.
the AIC, COPE, the PAC,
PAC voting against.
Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? None? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Yes, honorable member,
Sorry, House Chair, we have 22 in the House, my mistake.
can you just repeat the vote? 22 in the House?
22 in the House, 47 online, so that is 70 in total.
Thank you. The correction is noted. The voting session is closed. I'm told there's a hand up on the virtual platform from the Honorable Peters. Honorable Peters? There's a hand up. It seems to me the honorable member is not responding, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 110 that voted against, and there's 197 that has voted in favor. The question is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put to you vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. Are there any objections?
The DA calls for a division, Chair.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, there's confirmation that we still have a quorum present, and I will now identify the party whips to declare their votes in terms of the vote under consideration, that is vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, here in the chamber, the ANC 17 on the virtual platform, the ANC 178, totaling up to 195, voting in full support.
Thank you. The DA.
In the chamber, the DA has 21 members, online platform 47, that is 68 against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF is no one in the House and 30 on virtual, and we vote against.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 1 in the House, 6 on the virtual platform, totaling 7 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. 2 in the House, 4 on the virtual platform, that's 6 against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 3 online, 1 in the House voting against.
The UDM.
1 on virtual voting against, Chair.
The ATM. Good.
One on virtual voting in support, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Chair, 1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC. Cope. The PAC.
Chair, PAC 1 and is voting against.
Al Jamar. Is there any member who want to vote differently from their party? There's none. Thank you. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. 110 voted against, 204 voted in favor, and the vote number 11 is thus agreed to. Honourable members, we will now proceed to vote number 12. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the DA.
The DA.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF.
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the ACDP.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. Are there any objections?
Yes, please note the objection of the EFF.
Objection is noted. Are there any further objections?
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
ACDP, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections?
Yes, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
And the FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
Thank you. Are there any further objections? No further objections. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. Are there any objections?
The DA calls for a division.
A
Chair.
division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, a division has been called on vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. I will now recognize we do have a quorum still on the platform and in the House. The requisite quorum is there, and I will now recognize the party whips to declare the votes of the members. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair ANC here in the chamber, 16. On the virtual platform, 179, totaling up to 195, voting in full support. Thank you.
thank you. The DA,
In the House 21, online platform 47, that's 68 against.
EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we have none. We have 30 on virtual and we vote against.
IFP,
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House, 6 online, 7 in total voting in favor. Thanks.
FF Plus,
Thank you, Chair. It's 2 in the House, 5 online, and that's 7 against.
ACDP,
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP is 3 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
the UDM,
1 on virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
the ATM. Good.
1 on the virtual platform, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP,
1 on virtual chairperson in support.
thank you. AIC, COPE, the PAC,
Voting against, Chair.
Al Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the parties? There's none. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 110 voted against and 205 voted in favor. And vote number 15 is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 16. Are there any objections?
Please note the DA's objection.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Objection of the FF Plus.
ACDP object.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 17, higher education and training. Are there any objections?
Yes, please note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the DA, House Chair.
Yes.
Objection of the FF Plus.
The ACDP objects.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 18, health. Are there any objections?
We call for a division, Chair.
A division is called. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Can we just mute that member who's on the virtual platform? Honorable members, we still have a requisite quorum. And the decision that the House must take is pertaining to vote number 18 to be agreed to. I will now recognize the party whips to indicate the number of the members present in the House and on the platform and whether they vote in favor or against. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. Online, 179. Here physically, 16, totaling up to 195, voting in full support. Thank you.
thank you. The DA,
In the House, we are 22. Online, we are 47, totaling to 69, voting against.
the EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. We are none in the House. We are 30 in virtual and we vote against.
the IFP,
Chairperson, 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform, total 6 voting in favor.
FF Plus,
Thank you, House Chair. 5 online, 2 in the House. That's a total of 7 voting against.
the ACDP,
The ACDP is 3 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
the UDM, the ATM,
One on virtual, voting against, Chair.
that's the UDM, ATM, good,
1 on virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
thank you. The NFP,
Chair, one
AIC,
on virtual in support.
NFP is one in support. The AIC, COPE, PAC. The PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? It's none. The voting session is thus closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 111 has voted against, 203 has voted in favor, and vote number 18 is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote number 19, social development. Are there any objections?
We call for a division, Chair.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we still have the requisite quorum, and the decision pertains to vote number 19, social development, to be agreed to. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Apha ngaphakathi lishumi elinesithandathu, phaya phezulu likhulu amashumi asixhenxe anethoba. Ithi xa idibanayo ibe likhulu amashumi ikhulu amashumi ikhulu eline 195. Thank you. In support.
Thank you. The DA,
House Chair, apha ngaphakathi ngamashumi mabini anambini. Kwi online platform ngamashumi mane anesixhenxe. Sisonke singamashumi asithandathu anesithoba.
EFF,
Let me follow suit, Chair. Apha ngaphakathi asikho, ngaphandle on virtual, singamashumi amathathu, sivota against.
the IFP,
Dankie, voorsitter. Ons is 1 in die huis, 5 aanlyn. Dis 'n totaal van 6 en ons stem ten gunste. Dankie.
FF Plus,
Thank you. House Chair is 2 in the House, 5 online. That's a total of 7 voting against.
ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. We 3 online, 1 in the House, voting against. Thank you.
the UDM, the ATM. Good.
One on virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP, the AIC,
One on virtual in support. Thank you.
COPE, the PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to vote differently or abstained? Is none, the voting session is closed.
Chairperson?
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, just a correction. We are 3 members in the House, 5 on virtual. That's a total of 8.
Thank you. A correction will be made. The IFP, are you voting in favor or against? Social development.
Ek het gesê ten gunste. That's in favor. Dankie.
The NA table couldn't hear you. Honorable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 112 that voted against. 203 voted in favor, and vote number 19 is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Are there any objections?
A division, please, House Chair.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we do have the requisite quorum present, and we are considering vote number 20 to be agreed to. I will now recognize party whips to give their numbers. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In the chamber, 16, on virtual 179, totaling up to 195, voting in full support.
The DA.
22 in the House, 47 online, equaling 69, voting against, House Chair.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. There's no one in the House and we are 30 on virtual and vote against.
The IFP.
Thanks, Chairperson. 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform. That's a total of 6 voting in favor.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. 5 online, 3 in the House. That's a total of 8 voting against.
ACDP.
The ACDP has 2 online, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM.
1 on virtual, voting against, Chair.
ATM. Good.
1 on virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
The NFP.
Chair, 1 on virtual in support.
The AIC. COPE. The PAC. Al Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? It's none. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 112 that voted against, 203 that voted in favor, and vote number 20 is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police. Are there any objections?
Huis voorsitter, die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus.
FF Plus,
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF, and the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 22, Correctional Services. Are there any objections?
Yeah, House Chair.
The DA objects.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
The EFF.
Objection of the FF Plus.
FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
And the ACDP, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 23, Defense. Are there any objections?
A division, House Chair.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we still have the requisite quorum, and we are considering vote number 23, Defense, to be agreed to. I will now recognize the party whips, the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. In the chamber, 16 on virtual platform, 175, totaling up to 191, voting in full support.
Thank you. The DA.
22 in the House, 47 online, equaling 69, voting against. Thanks.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. There's no one in the House. There's 30 on virtual and we vote against.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform, total 6 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
We are 3 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform, total of 8 voting against.
The ACDP.
Chair, subject to correction, we are 3 online, 1 in the House opposing. Thank you. Just want to check online. I'm not sure about that.
Thank you. The UDM.
1 on the virtual platform, voting in favor.
The ATM. Good.
One on the virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
One on virtual in support, Chair.
Thank you. COPE. The AIC, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none, and the voting session is thus closed.
Sorry, Chair, correction, 2 online for the ACDP, my correction, sorry, sir.
Can we just make that correction, please? ACDP is 2 online. 1 in the house. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 110 voted against and 200 voted in favor. And vote number 23 is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 24. IPIT. Are there any objections?
DA,
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF,
FF plus.
FF plus,
ACDP.
ACDP, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections?
the DA,
Yes,
House Chair.
The
the
DA,
objection of the EFF.
EFF,
FF plus.
ACDP.
ACDP. With those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 26, Military Veterans. Are there any objections?
The DA, House Chair.
And the
DA,
EFF. The EFF.
And the FF plus.
ACDP.
With those
And
objections, the vote,
UDM, Chair.
and the UDM. The vote is thus agreed to. Vote 27, the Office of the Chief Justice. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF,
And the objection of the FF plus.
yes.
And the ACDP.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 28, Police. Are there any objections?
At Division, House Chair.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we still have the requisite quorum. And we will now consider vote number 28, Police, to be agreed to. I now recognize the party whips. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair in chamber here, 16 on the virtual platform, 179, totaling up to 195 voting in full support.
thank you. The DA,
21 in the House, 47 online, equaling to 68. House Chair voting in opposition.
the EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. There's no one in the House. We are 30 on virtual and we vote against.
thank you. The IFP,
Thank you, House Chair. 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform, totaling to 6 voting in favor.
the FF plus,
3 in die huis, 5 aanlyn, dit is 8 in totaal en ons stem teen.
the ACDP,
2 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
the UDM,
Ndingumnqongo, Chair, asiyixhasi.
the ATM, good.
One on virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP,
One on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none, and the voting session is closed. Honorable members, just before I declare the result of the division, Honorable Chief Whip, we understand the numbers of the ANC on the virtual platform is different to the one that you gave. In fact, there's more members on the virtual platform. Yeah, no, but what is the number then?
The number that I have is 179 on the virtual and 16 here, totaling up to 195.
We
So
have-
what is happening is that those numbers on the online, they are fluctuating because of connectivity.
We have 184 online for the ANC, and we'll record that as
Okay.
the correct number.
No, that's a good one.
184 online, and then the 16 in the house. That gives you 200 members.
It is 200 voting in full support.
Thank you. Honorable members, my apologies for the delay. There's no abstentions. 109 is voted against, 209 is voted in favor, and vote 28 police is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the DA.
The DA,
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF.
the EFF,
And please note the objection of the FF plus.
And the ACDP objects.
thank you. On those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 30, communications and digital technologies. Are there any objections?
The objection of the DA, please.
Thank you.
Also the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Are there any further objections?
ACDP.
The ACDP. Honorable
And of
members.
the
The FF plus.
FF plus, and with those objections, vote number 30 is agreed to. I put to you vote number 31, employment and labor. Are there any objections?
A division, please, House Chair.
A division hasn't been called. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we do have the requisite quorum. And we are going to consider vote number 31, employment and labor. I will now recognize the party whips, the ANC.
Enkosi, sihlalo wendlu, apha ngaphakathi lishumi elinesithandathu, phaya kwiqonga lonxibelelwano, likhulu amashumi asibhozo anesine, ithi xa idibanayo ibe ngamakhulu amabini angenanto, sivota ngokuyixhasa ngokupheleleyo, enkosi.
The DA,
22 in the House, 47 online. No, 21 in the House, 48 online, equaling to 69 voting against.
the EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. We are still 30 on virtual and none in the House, and we vote against.
the IFP,
House Chairperson, we are 1 in the House, 6 on the virtual platform, totaling to 7 voting in favor.
FF plus,
Thank you, House Chair. We are 3 in the House, 5 online. That's a total of 8 voting against.
CDP,
We are 3 online, 1 in the house. That's 4 voting against. Thank you.
the UDM,
1 on virtual, voting against, Chair.
ATM. Good.
1 on virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP, the AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or to vote differently to their party? There's none, and the voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 112 voted against and 208 voted in favor, and vote 31 is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote 32, Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Are there any objections?
The objection of the DA.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
And the objection of the FF plus.
Please note the objection of the ACDP.
With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put to you, honorable members, vote number 33, Human Settlements. Are there any objections?
We call for a division, House Chair.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, order, we do have the requisite quorum, and I put to you vote number 33, Human Settlements for consideration. I now recognize the whips of the political parties, the ANC.
Ha ke lebohe modulasetulo, mane hodimo, ke lekgolo mashome a robedi a metso e mebedi le bone, ka hare ka mona ka hara lekgotla, ke leshome le metso e tsheletseng, e re ha e kopana, ebe makgolo a mabedi, ebile re o tshehetsa ka ho tletseng. Ke a leboha.
The DA,
There's 21 in the House. 48 on virtual, totaling to 69, voting against.
the table get the numbers. Did you get it? Okay. The EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. There's 30 on virtual, none in the House, and we vote against.
the IFP,
1 in the House, 5 on virtual, total 6 voting in favor. Thanks, Chair.
FF plus,
House Chair, we are 5 on virtual, 3 in the House. That's total of 8 voting against.
the ACDP,
The ACDP is 3 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you. Total of 4.
the UDM,
1 online, vote in support.
ATM, good.
1 on the virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member who want to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 111 voted against, 208 voted in favor, and vote 33 is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put you vote number 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. Are there any objections?
A division, House Chair.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we still have the requisite quorum, and we are considering vote number 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. I'll now recognize the party whips, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In the chamber, 16 on virtual, 184, totaling up to 200, voting in full support. Thank you.
You, the DA,
In the House, House Chair, we are 21. Online, we are 48, equaling to 69, voting against.
the EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. We are still 30 on virtual and none on the floor, and we vote against.
the IFP,
1 in the House, 5 on virtual, totaling to 6 voting in favor. Thank you, Chair.
FF plus,
House Chair, we are still 3 in the House, 5 online. That's a total of 8 voting against.
the ACDP,
The ACDP is 3 online, 1 in the House. That's 4 voting against.
the UDM, The ATM,
One on virtual voting against, Chair.
it's the UDM voting against. ATM, good.
One on virtual voting in favor. Thank you.
The NFP, Honorable Masondo, your microphone is on. Please switch it off. The NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? It's none. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. No abstentions. 112 voted against, 207 voted in favor, and vote number 34 is accordingly agreed to. I put to you vote 35, science and innovation. Are there any objections?
The objection of the DA.
Please note the
Alleen-
objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus.
So,
ACDP objects.
with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 36, small business development. Are there any objections?
Democratic Alliance, yeah, Ichasa.
The
Please note
DA,
the objection of the EFF.
And the FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 37, sports, arts and culture. Are there any objections?
DA, yeah, Ikaba.
DA,
Definitely the EFF objects to this vote.
EFF.
The FF Plus objects.
And the ACDP.
With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 39, trade, industry and competition. Are there any objections?
Yes, please note the
Objection of the DA.
Sorry,
The DA
and the EFF.
and the EFF.
And the FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 40, transport. Are there any objections?
Objection
Yes,
of the
please
DA.
note-
The DA,
please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF.
Beslis ook die van die VF Plus.
And the ACDP, thank you.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 41, water and sanitation. Are there any objections?
Calling for a division,
A
House Chair.
division having been called, the bells will be run for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we still have the requisite quorum. And I will now put to you vote number 41, water and sanitation for consideration. I now recognize the whips of the parties, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Numbers have not changed, very consistent. In the House, 16, on virtual platform, 184, totaling up to 200, voting in full support.
Thank you. The DA,
We are 21 in the House, 48 online, 69 in total voting against.
the EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. We are 30 online, none in the House, and we vote against.
the FF plus,
IFP.
IFP, my apologies. It's not
Thank-
regime change yet. eh?
We are 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform, total 6 voting in favor. Thank you, Chair.
My apologies for that. The FF plus,
Thank you, Chair. We are 5 online, 3 in the House. That's a total of 8 voting against.
ACDP,
The ACDP has 3 online, 1 in the House, that's 4 voting against.
UDM,
One on the virtual platform, voting against.
ATM, good.
One on the virtual platform, voting in favor.
Thank you. The NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none. The voting session is closed.
House Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
Seemingly, we've missed vote 38, tourism.
Just consult. Honorable members, the list that has been compiled is only for the votes where adjustments have taken place. Vote 38 didn't have any adjustments, so there's no decision to be taken on it. Honorable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. 112 voted against, 207 voted in favor, and vote number 41 is thus agreed to. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule?
The DA calls for a division, House Chair.
The DA is calling for a division on the schedule. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, we do have the requisite quorum, and I will now identify the party whips to indicate their support or not for the entire schedule. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supported the entire schedule with our numbers, which is 200 in full support. Yeah.
And you are still 16 in the house.
16 in the House, 184 online, totaling up to 200 voting in full support.
Thank you. The DA,
House Chair, singamashumi mabini ananye apa endlini enkulu, singamashumi mane anesibhozo kunomyayi, si iyonke lonto ngamashumi athandathu anesithoba. A voter or si opposer, House Chair.
thank you. The EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. We are still 30 on virtual and none in the House, and we vote against.
IFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 in the House, 5 on the virtual platform. That is 6 voting in favor.
FF Plus,
House Chairperson, we are 5 online, 3 in the House, that's 8 voting against.
the ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 3 online, 1 in the House, that's 4 voting fully against.
Sorry,
UDM.
Chair. Oh.
And on virtual, voting against,
Lep-
Chair.
yes, UDM, can you just repeat UDM?
1 on virtual, Chair, voting against.
Voting against.
Sorry, Chair. I made a mistake. We're actually 32 on virtual and none in the House, and we vote against.
That's the EFF, 32, voting
32,
against.
yes.
The ATM, good.
1 on virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP, AIC, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? It's none, and the voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 114 voted against, 207 voted in favor, and the schedule is thus adopted by the House. The Secretary will read the 9th order.
Second reading, adjustments appropriation bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
Please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Are there any other objections?
And the UDM, Chair.
The UDM as well. With those objections being noted, the question is agreed to and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Adjustments appropriation bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will read the last order of the day.
Debate on World AIDS Day, Global Solidarity, Shared Responsibility.
I now recognize the Honorable, the Deputy Minister of Health to introduce the debate.
Chairperson, ministers, deputy ministers, the chief whip of the majority party and all members in the House. We are here today debating on this budget, on this program of, sorry, we've just come from budgets of the World AIDS Day in the world. There is a theme that says we must end inequalities to actually come to an end of HIV and AIDS. We have learned this coming in from a background, COVID. Sibonile i-COVID ukuthi abantu akade bethola ukusizwa ilabo abanemali eningi abaphuma emazweni anemali eningi bese kuthi labo abakeke kakhulu emazweni anjengawethu babekwele emsileni bangakwazi ukuthi bathole izidingo. Njengamanje ke umhlahlandlela we-Global AIDS Strategy uthi asehlise izinamba zabantu abathi zonke izinsuku bavuke benesifo se-HIV and AIDS. Asehlise abantu abashonayo singekho isidingo ngoba sikhona nemishanguzo. Asehlise nabantwana abavuka benegciwane le-HIV. Kunalento ke phayonswe United Nations UNAIDS ethi 95 ethi ekhulwini abantu u-95 makube bayazi ukuthi bahlolile banegciwane u-95 wabo ku-100 kube sebephatha imishanguzo. Laba abathatha imishanguzo kube sebekwazile ukuyicontrola igciwane emzimbeni yabo. La ke eMningizimu Afrika sisengxakini yokuthi sisami ku 94, 76, 92. Bese zehla kakhulu ke izibalo most uqhathanisa nabantu besilisa bona bathi 94, 69, 93. Kusho ukuthi ngempela ukuze siqhubeke siye silwe nalento esibhekene nayo inkinga kufanele sikhuthaze obaba abantu besilisa baye emakliniki bayohlolwa futhi mase behlolile bayithathe imishanguzo bayidle. Iyasilekelela ke kakhulu leyo nto ilento esobheka kuyona ngqo ukuthi ke labo abathintekile mabayidle imishanguzo baze baqhubeke nayo. Noma lento ke iveza nezinye izifo nje ezikhona emhlabeni o-TB, o-hypertension, abantu mabazihlole bazazi izifo abanazo ukuze basilekelele kakhulu kuloko. Sifisa ukuthi sivuselele nalabo akade sebethi bayayidla imithi baphinde bayiyeke. Manje ke into ekhona la eNingizimu Afrika sifuna ukuthi sikhuphuke izibalo zabantu ezingangaphezulu ko-half wesigidi ukuthi bahambe bayothatha imishanguzo yabo omama nobaba ukuze lezi zibalo esikhuluma ngazo zokufika ku-95 kuphinde kwenzeke. INingizimu Afrika inabantu abangu 7.9 izigidi abathi babe negciwane lengculazi. Kulabo bawu 5.7 abayidlayo imishanguzo nsuku zonke. Siyakubonga ke lokho kodwa kusho ukuthi kuseno 2 million wabantu bethu abangathathi abangakafinyeleli bathathe amaphilisi. Kakhulukazi ingcindezi esinayo nokungena kwe-HIV iyethi ibe kubantwana abancane, adolescent girls and young women, nabo abayithola abanye becinyazelwa ilento esinayo kuthiwa o-sugar daddy no-sugar mama. Izosihlupha ke leyo nto ngoba uma ngikwenza lokho enganeni ewu-15 years sengiguge ngiyingaka angicabanga ukuthi kukhona ongangami okwenza enganeni yami. Yini pho ngingamane ngikuyeke uma kanti eyami ingane ngifuna ivikeleke kodwa yalo baba engihlangana naye na 15 years ngithi angiyithathe ngiyisebenzise ngocansi. Into e-wrong kakhulu leyo. Futhi ke iyasiza leyo nto kodwa nathi siwumnyango wezempilo siyabheka ukuthi mhlawumbe ithina nesibanga ukuthi abantwana bangasondeli uzocela izidingo ngoba nathi siyabagxeka sithi uthini uno 17 years uzofuna imishanguzo uzofuna ukuthi uthole ama-condoms, hambe uyobiza umkhokheli, hambe uyobiza umfundisi wakho. Obani phakathi kwethu abathi mase beqala ukuba nabangani babo ahamba siphuma ngamawindi emakhaya sayotshela umkhokheli sengiphuma ngewindi ekhaya ngoba kwamanje kwasenzekela nje. Ngakho ke asingabangi izinto eziyinkinga enganeni sithi ke ukuze ngiqale nginikeze imishanguzo cela hambe uyobiza umkhokheli wakho usho ukuthi wena usunabangani besilisa. Kodwa ke asikubalule ukuthi sisebenze ngokuzikhandla. Umnyango wezempilo usebenze kakhulu sathola lento yokuthi uPMTCT, lento yokuthi omama abakhulelwe sibacele basheshe beze emakliniki uma bekhulelwe isisize kakhulu ngoba kuthi noma benegciwane lengculazi kodwa mebefike early banikezwe imishanguzo bese beyakwazi ukubeletha abantwana abengenalo igciwane. Ngeminye iminyaka ngo-2017 la eSouth Africa bekunomama abathola izingane ezinegciwane lengculazi up to 20%. Zehlile lezo zibalo ngokungenelela ukuthi kwenziwe le program ye-PMTCT. But asibonge-ke ukuthi iNingizimu Afrika iyathatha iqhaza lokuthi ngeke sithembele kodokotela kuphela ukunikeza imishanguzo. Alo kwakhishwa amaphilisi nasemakliniki kwaqeqeshwa onesi ukuthi benze imisebenzi enjengale yokukhipha amaphilisi njengodokotela. Kusisize kakhulu-ke lokho sifuna ukuqhubezela siye phambili. Kukhona-ke izinhlelo esinazo la eSouth Africa ekuthiwa uMom Connect. Ngifisa ukuthi uMom Connect simqaphele akeve sisize. uMom Connect ukuthi umama meye eklinik afike khona athole imiyalezo ukuthi awusiyabonga ubufikile uphinde ubuye ngenyanga ezayo bakuphathe kanjani. Manje-ke ngifisa ukuthi ayize lento Wessels ngoba umnyango usebenze kakhulu kabi kwezempilo. Let moeders wat primêre sorg fasiliteite besoek kan boodskappe ontvang rondom hulle besoek en voorgeboortesorg en de taal van healthcare. So you can't really choose ukuthi uzoyithola imiyalezo nge-language yakho, and therefore that is very friendly to our mothers. We want to continue to say abayibambe lento yokuthi basitshele baphathe kanjani emakliniki ngoba lokhu kuyasilekelela singumnyango wezempilo kakhulu. From the Saving Mothers report of 2017-19, there's been a huge decline of maternal mortality to almost 100,000 of 88 per 100,000 of births due to hypertension controlled in very strong ways.
Honorable Deputy Minister, may I just request the NA-table staff to disconnect that member who's on the platform. You may continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
We want to say USANAC has released a draft document of the National Strategic Plan, HIV, TB and STIs 2023 to 2028 for the public comments. This plan is actually very important that we actually take it up, and it has actually been a well-consulted plan with the civil servants, government, and the private sector. This plan will actually be focusing on new lessons and things that we need to do going forward in terms of HIV, TB, and other processes. We want to continue to say, let's support abantwana bethu even ngama programs anjengo human papillomavirus plans, because those ones are having a very huge impact. So ama-South Africans siyawacela ukuthi maqhubeke wonke akwazi ukuthi asilekelele ngoba into ezosisiza ukuthi sehlise izibalo, imishanguzo esikhona akwehliswe into ezothi abantwana abancane bangakwazi ukuthi basheshe bafike emakliniki bazosizwa. Bengabaleka sihlalo ukuthi ngiqede ngale program. There was a very irresponsible statement in the week that was made by one of the DA members with regards to the fecal contamination of the beaches in Durban. I took upon myself to, because I'm a resident of eThekwini, to speak to the mayor of that city. And I also spoke to the MEC for economic development in the province. Now, lento le abayishoyo amampunge. Into yokuthi amabhisha aseThekwini anendle engakliniwe is not true. Abahambe bayobuza ngine report la kube benginesikhathi bengizobafundela le report ethi in kancane kancane ayaklinwa and asekliniwe sekusele only 2. Therefore, uma abantu bezosukuma la but discourage ama-citizens of the world, of the country to visit eThekwini ngoba besho into engekho right abayiyeke leyo nto. We want to actually say abahambe bathole the actual statistics of these issues, because we are now know ukuthi inayo impact indaba yokukhuluma into wrong in terms of actually accessing. But as we close, we want to say, lo msebenzi esinikeze wona wokuthi sinikeze abantu ARVs will continue under the leadership of Minister Upahla. We want to also encourage young South Africans to come to our facilities so that we can reduce the spread of HIV ngokuthi bonke siba access sibanikeze without judging them. And we have now been doing that ukuthi out of 3,000 health facilities in the country, 1,560 already have got what we call youth user-friendly services, where you will find a nurse who will say, "Mtanami, good enough. We congratulate you for having come to the clinic, young as you are, NAI program." So we want to stop discouraging young people to access our facilities, because that is the only way we can say these who are at high risk, targeted by HIV, will be able to reduce the spread if we actually focus on them. Siyabonga kakhulu ke sihlalo. Thank you very much to this house, and may it continue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Wilson.
Thank you. HIV/AIDS, the story of an unscrupulous serial killer. It cares not for gender or for your history. It cares little for age, but appears to target women between the ages of 15 and 49. But it often attacks the elderly and even the unborn. It is treacherous, exceptionally cruel, and does a lot of harm over a long period of time. It likes to debilitate slowly. You can't see this killer, and it gives no warning of its approach. And while its victims come from all walks of life, it appears to love the poor and the vulnerable. It attacked over 3 million people in South Africa in 2002 and has actively become more active. By 2021, it had made over 8 million South Africans its victim, at an increase of more than 200,000 new victims each year. It does not work alone. It has accomplices all over the world, but is happiest in Africa, especially in South Africa, where 83,000 people died to AIDS-related symptoms in 2020. This killer by stealth can be shackled, harnessed, and controlled, but appears we cannot manage this in South Africa. We have simply been unable to lock it down. It clapped hands in glee when COVID made our shores. Lockdown was the perfect opportunity to sink its claws in and bring down millions of people. It celebrated decisions, often bad ones, to insist that people stay home. It danced as people got hungrier, weaker, and more desperate. It sang as people were unable to move, unable to access medication, and it toasted when its victims were unable to fight back and drew their last breath. The advent of COVID over the world played into its hands. With a rapidly declining health sector in South Africa, this government was totally unprepared for the damage that was to be done. With a world in a state of chaos, medicines were unavailable for long periods of time, including those to hold this killer in check. The rest of the world had its own challenges to deal with, and South Africa and its poor people were not its priority. Had this HIV/AIDS maniac been a person, it would have surely popped champagne corks when Putin, also a maniac, attacked the Ukraine. Another global crisis of mammoth proportions where South Africa paid dearly. As the cost of food, transportation, and sustaining debt resulted in the highest inflation seen in South Africa in 13 years, the situation does little to hold this killer in check. The continual collapse of the public health system is a reality and plays into its hand. In desperation, sex trade and trafficking has become a serious issue, and to sell one's body and even one's children to prevent starvation has become a norm. Combined with the horrific crime statistics, especially rape and gender-based violence, and this government's incompetence and total inability to manage them, The bleeding borders and poor immigration policies, the ground is all the more fertile for a killer on the loose. So what about global solidarity and shared responsibility? While we stand in solidarity with all the world and understand that HIV/AIDS is a worldwide pandemic, much of the responsibility or irresponsibility of the ongoing growth of HIV in South Africa is on the doorstep of this government. Instead of putting the poor and vulnerable as priority number one in this country, preference has been given to the elite few, paid deployment, and a resulting abysmal mismanagement of all sectors across the board, especially health and basic services. This has never been more evident than now. Is there hope? Of course. Hope is in the hands of the people of South Africa, who must now consider voting for a party that cares for all South Africans, whether they are in Langa, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, or Giyani. A party with policies to improve the economic crisis, create job opportunities, prevent crime, improve the collapsing health sector, a party that opposes cadre deployment and that is prepared for this unforeseen crisis. This is the party that will bring the serial
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
in the DA. I thank you.
The EFF.
Chairperson, this country, more than any other in the world, has come face to face with devastation caused by HIV and AIDS. All of us here have lost parents, siblings, relatives, and friends to this deadly disease. Homes have been ripped apart, young children left to fend for themselves in this cruel place we call Earth. We all know the social and economic costs of the virus to the families and the country as a whole. As the EFF, we would like to take this opportunity to remember all those who have succumbed to the virus across ages. May their souls rest in peace and may their families find comfort. We would also like to pay tribute to the thousands of activists who put their lives on the line advocating for access to HIV and AIDS treatment. We remember fallen activists such as Prudence Mabele, who during the height of HIV/AIDS denialism stood shoulder to shoulder with those whose lives were destroyed by the virus. It is people like the late Prudence Mabele who gave hope to many activists and family. And it is through the work she and many others did that the government was forced to make treatment available to the people. Today, antiretroviral treatment is available to all those infected by HIV, prolonging lives and making it possible for HIV positive people to lead normal lives. But despite these advances, the past few years have seen a dramatic reversal of the gains made in the fight against the virus. There is a dramatic increase in the number of new infections, not only in this country, but across the world. This is concerning because we know a consistent intake of ARVs reduces chances of transmission. The fact that there is an increase in infections means that a larger number of people are not taking their treatment or are defaulting. In our country, almost 8 million people are living with HIV, and this is about 13% of the population. In a country as defined by social economic inequalities as South Africa is, and considering the impact of the COVID pandemic on jobs and livelihoods, it should not take anyone by surprise that the majority of our people who are without jobs and therefore without food will have challenges taking ARVs. Proper HIV treatment also require access to food, which many of our people are struggling with. The fight against HIV and AIDS will not be won until the country tackles social and economic inequality.
We will also continue losing loved ones if there is no concerted effort to improve the public health system in the country, because over 80% of our people depend on public health. There were instances at the height of the pandemic when many clinics did not have HIV treatment, leading to many people defaulting, making them even more vulnerable to opportunistic diseases. Lastly, the government, civil society, and political parties have taken their feet off the pedal in as far as HIV education is concerned. We must continue preaching about the importance of consistent condom use, the need to be faithful to one's sexual partners, and the importance of testing so that people know their status. May the souls of those who have passed find eternal peace. May those living with HIV find hope and strength. And may we all do our part to ensure that we rid our society of this deadly disease. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable MD Schlengwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We join the world to commemorate World AIDS Day. Yet for us as a country, it is a particularly important day. We remember the many that have lost their lives to the disease and those that have been left behind their mothers, partners, and children. This important awareness day remains a time to reflect on our worldwide response to HIV and AIDS, while honoring those who lost their lives to AIDS-related illness. We renew our commitment to support the well-being of those living with HIV and those at risk for infection. This year's theme, Global Solidarity, Shared Responsibility, speaks to the matter of all of us and citizens tackling HIV and AIDS. We need to encourage everyone to get tested. Getting tested not only gives you peace of mind, but also protect the lives of your loved ones as well. There have been many scientific advances in his treatment, and especially with the new injection prep treatment, it allows women to take control of their destiny and protect themselves from possible infection. House Chairperson, kunombuzo ongaphenduleki lapha emnyangweni wakwa-health. There are people in KZN, about 85 people who are sterilized without knowing what the doctors doing to them, not knowing their status. Njengamanje bazinyumba abazali abasanakwe muntu ngoba ba-sterilized. Baphumele obala-ke kwi-summit batshela ngisho upresident ukuthi nampa bona sebezi-organizile bangatholakala bawumthamo bawu-85. Lokhu kwenzakale KZN. Ngicela lendlu ingiphindlebe nalaba bantu baphindlebe izukhala kwabo ukuthi njengamanje odokotela bayazenzela emzimbeni yabantu bengabatsheli ukuthi kwenziwani. The IFP joined the Treatment Action Campaign in its constitutional court Berkeley to force the national government to roll out the antiretroviral in order to save lives. We need to destigmatize HIV and AIDS infection for people who live with disease, shame only leads to people losing their lives instead of seeking treatment. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Van Staden.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first cases of AIDS were reported in the United States in June of 1981. The first case of HIV infection in South Africa was reported in 1982, and this was the start of the first wave of the HIV epidemic. In the following year, AIDS was diagnosed for the first time in 2 patients in South Africa. The first recorded AIDS-related death occurred in the same year. The first epidemic of HIV/AIDS in Africa is believed to have occurred in Kinshasa in the 1970s. This epidemic today is a worldwide problem that needs some serious attention, especially here in South Africa. Denialism about the epidemic is a serious matter of great concern. Here at home, the denialism by the ANC government on this serious matter cannot be ignored. This denialism had a significant impact on public health policies from 1999 to 2008 during the presidency of Mr. Thabo Mbeki. It was during this time that the former president criticized the scientific consensus that HIV is the cause of AIDS shortly after his election as president. It was during his 8 years as president that he and the government was in denial and instituted policies denying ARV drugs to AIDS patients. The former president also described drugs that could have prevented the spreading of this disease from mother to child, and drugs that help keep newborns from contracting HIV as poison. Thereafter, Mr. Mbeki appointed Mantu Tshabalala Mansimang as the Minister of Health. Minister Mansimang was also in denial and promoted the use of herbal remedies that were unproven. She said that garlic, beetroot, and lemon juice could be used in the treatment of AIDS. Research and statistics shows that during the time of former President Mbeki, 343,000 to 365,000 people died from this epidemic. It was reported that there were about 900 deaths per day. Then another denial came from the ANC and this government from a former President Jacob Zuma. It was in 2006, after he was fired as the deputy president by former President Mbeki, when he was charged for raping an HIV-positive woman and cross-examined in court. Mr. Zuma stated that he had showered rather than worn a condom to ward off the risk of HIV after he had unprotected sex with the woman. It was during this time when the HIV pandemic was at its peak, contributed to almost 40% of the deaths in South Africa. Voorsitter, die huidige verslag van Statistiek Suid-Afrika wat vroeër die jaar uitgereik is, dui aan dat daar nog geen enstof teen HIV gevind of vervaardig is nie. Die verslag dui ook aan dat hierdie epidemie die gevolg was van die babasterfte krisis. Voorsitter, indien die vorige presidente as ook 'n voormalige minister van gesondheid en die ANC regering destyds nie in 'n staat van ontkenning verkeer het nie, kon hier huidige krisis beter hanteer en bestuur gewees het en sou dit waarskynlik nie gelei het tot die huidige stand van sake nie. Hierdie staat van ontkenning waarin die ANC en sy leiers destyds verkeer het tot gevolg gehad dat die krisis vandag in 2022 nog verder uitgekring het. Vandag is 13,9% van ons bevolking HIV positief. 'n kwart van ons land se vrouens tussen 15 en 49 jaar oud is positief. Gedurende 2002 was 3,68 miljoen mense positief. In 2011 het die syfer gegroei na 5,59 miljoen en vandag staan dit beskrikwekkende 8,45 miljoen mense. Met die uitbreek van COVID in 2020 en hierdie regering se onvermoë om die COVID-pandemie effektief te bestuur, asook die regering se ontwrigting van die publiek se toegang tot voldoende mediese sorg, gedurende die tydperk was die gevolge uiters nadelig vir die gesondheid en welstand van alle HIV-positiewe mense van ons bevolking. Dit is duidelik dat hierdie regering gefaal het om voldoende gesondheidsorg aan Suid-Afrikaners te lewer en dat hulle sinnelose COVID-regulasies bygedra het tot die verdere verspreiding van siektes op groot skaal onder ons landsburgers. Die feit dat staats- en provinsiale hospitale nie dienste gelewer het in die behandeling van HIV, TB, kanker en ander siektes in hierdie tydperk nie, dien as 'n bewys van die voorgesette staat van ontkenning van die ANC regering oor hierdie siektetoestande en dat hierdie regering nie in staat is om na ons landsburgers om te sien nie. In 2022 het 'n skokkende 85,000 mense in Suid-Afrika reeds gesterf in HIV slegs. South Africa currently has the largest HIV epidemic in the world. This is due to the denialism of this government previous
Honourable
and
Member, your
current
time
leaders
is now
about the serious
expired.
matter. Thank you, Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Soekers.
Honorable Chair, Eastern and Southern Africa is home to over 60% of children living with HIV/AIDS. We have come a very long way from the dark days when an HIV-positive diagnosis was an automatic death sentence. The progress in raising awareness, prevention of infection, disease management is due to the heroic efforts of committed professional healthcare workers and researchers who served South Africa and the world with distinction in their field to combat the progression of what was and still is a dreaded disease. We today reached a place where HIV/AIDS can be seen as a chronic disease requiring management and not an automatic death sentence. I was part of the rollout of the groundbreaking mother-to-child transmission treatment program in the early 2000s. A single dose of nevirapine to lower the risk of transmission was administered before labor. Many young people are today alive because of that initial program. They had to learn to live with a diagnosis that changed their lives forever, but they are alive and achieving their goals because of early intervention to stop the transmission from mother to child. Our biggest efforts today is to combat the stigma of young children living with the reality of being HIV positive. We need better clinical management at primary care level, where confidentiality and dignity of the patient must be re-emphasized. The lapsing of treatment in teenagers can be contributed in part on how they are treated at health facilities and the lack of psychosocial support in our schools and at primary healthcare level. The mental health of teenagers and children living with HIV, living HIV positive, should form part of the fight against AIDS. Many teenagers, as they reach puberty, become acutely aware of their positive status, and they suffer from depression that can lead to exiting treatment essential to their survival. We call on basic education and health to drive a consistent program to ensure young people seeking treatment at facilities are treated with dignity and respect. Stigma and discrimination combined with a lack of care for the patient due to staff shortages at primary care level are the critical areas we must address. The mother-to-child transmission program is one of South Africa's best stories of fighting disease. The fight continues and the battle is won when the human being, not the disease, is at the center of treatment or service. And we are failing in that regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa. Is the Honourable Kwankwa on the platform? Honourable members,
Sorry, I
let's
didn't-
move on.
No,
Yes,
sorry,
Honourable
Chair,
Kwankwa.
I didn't unmute myself, sorry. Chairperson, World AIDS Day is an important day because it serves as a reminder to all of us at government that HIV/AIDS has actually not gone away. It is important, it is an important day because it seeks to galvanize all the support and the help that we can give in order to support those living with the disease and to ensure that we increase awareness and education about prevention measures. While much has been achieved over the past 10 years, much more can still be done to address HIV-related challenges such as stigma and discrimination, and to ensure that we do a lot to improve the quality of life of the people living with HIV. Stigma and discrimination remain the biggest issues or challenges, as they serve as a major barrier to HIV prevention efforts. Due to a lack of information, of quality information, people living with HIV are often stigmatized and live in constant fear of discrimination. There is still a critical need to increase awareness about this disease, especially in rural areas. It is said that men in this country are less likely than women to use HIV services, including testing, and to initiate treatment upon diagnosis or adhere to treatment compared to women. Half of all HIV/AIDS related deaths in men are among those who never sought HIV/AIDS care, and women are 27% less likely to die from HIV-related diseases because they would often go out and seek help and seek information in instances when that happens. We have to, especially men in rural areas, peri-urban areas, but men in general have to be educated about yintoni abanokwazi ukuyenza ukuze bafumane uncedo xa bethe bafumaneka bene-HIV/AIDS. Kodwa ephinde into yenzeki into yoba baninzi abantu bakuthi abasezilokishini nabasemakhaya abathi nango sebediagnoziwe bangazityi iipilisi, bangawatyi amayeza, abanye bakholelwe ukuthi ngexesha le-COVID bebesithi abanye xa betya ispirit babulala ne-AIDS, nabanye banenkolo ukuthi xa besela ispirit etywaleni, umzekelo ezibranti neentoni, bathi bayayibulala naligciwane, iyayithomalalisa. Zizinto ke ngoku urhulumente neenkokheli zokuhlala in general esifanele ukuthi siyithethe ngayo, sibakhuthaze ukuthi abantu mabaye ezibhedlele, mabaye ezikliniki, bafumane uncedo, kukwazi ukuthethwa, incokolo le nto kwindawo yonke eMzantsi Afrika. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I want to tell you a story, honorable members. When I was at medical school in the early 80s, we didn't know about a thing called HIV and AIDS. And then we had some lectures where they tried to teach us a little bit about this disease called HIV, but it started with the words AIDS. So it was all about AIDS. And for the first time, this word was used on the 24th of September, 1982. And thereafter, many discussions on the mode of transmission and the persons which were at higher risk of becoming infected. That was the discussion at the time, much as the same as the experience that we had with COVID now recently. And on January 11, 1985, a revised definition of AIDS noted that AIDS is caused by a virus, the human immunodeficiency virus, as we know it today as HIV. On 22nd October 1986, a nationwide education program about early sex education in schools, increased use of condoms, and voluntary HIV testing was launched, and which was 5 years later. But now, 40 years later, the world is in a worse position with 84.2 million people had become infected with HIV. 40.1 million people had died from AIDS-related illnesses, and on average, 38.4 million people globally were living with HIV. 1.5 million people were infected with HIV only in 2021. And the same number of people were accessing antiretroviral therapy in the same year. And there's a reason I'm telling this story, because you see, on the African continent, we are still the most severely affected, with nearly 1 in every 25 adults living with HIV and accounting for more than 2/3 of the people living with HIV worldwide. However, with increasing access to effective HIV prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and care, HIV infection has become a manageable chronic health condition, enabling people living with HIV to lead long and healthy lives. So what has gone wrong? The UN AIDS calls this very simply a word: inequality. Therefore, the theme of this year's World AIDS Day is equalize access to services, equalize access to rights, equalize access to the best science and medicine. Equalizing will not only help the marginalized, it will help everyone. So according to predictions by the United Nations, there will be 10 billion people on the planet by 2055, and Africa will be responsible for 57% of this growth, 1.4 billion people. So the good question will be, with this in mind, what is really necessary to deal with the challenge, these developmental questions? Where does it really lie? And it is really to streamline young people as both beneficiaries and agents of change. Because young teenagers and adolescents make up an increasing percentage of HIV positive people globally. 410,000 young individuals aged 10 to 24 who have contracted HIV for the first time in 2020, and 150,000 were teenagers between the ages of 10 and 19 years of age. So, as it's been mentioned by Honorable Sukkar, that 25% of adolescent females and 17% of adolescent boys between the ages of 15 to 19 in Eastern and Southern Africa are the most afflicted by HIV. Therefore, in order to address this, healthcare facilities should be transformed in a way that they prioritize the issue of the youth bulge as it relates to HIV, to encourage access to care by this growing population, to improve access to adolescent and youth-friendly services. Now, there are two interventions by the department called the Adolescent and Youth-Friendly Services, which is expected to improve our young people access health services. The department also established youth zones to ensure that these adolescent and youth-friendly services form part of the package of health services provided at the primary healthcare level. Now, these zones seek to promote access to health and other services, provide information and increase awareness about health-related issues, sexual and reproductive health rights, and the rights of people living with HIV. Encourage young people to utilize services at the public health facilities, provide a standardized package of services to young people, provide health services which are non-judgmental and free from discrimination and stigmatization. A one-stop approach that provides multiple health services, including mental health and gender-based violence-related support at those facilities. So in South Africa, the government has directed that all healthcare providers use a standards-based quality improvement model to best use available resources and ensure the provision of integrated sexual and reproductive health and HIV service package, services that respond to the needs of young people, services that are equitable, accessible, acceptable, appropriate, and efficient for young people, a service package that meets the prevention, risk reduction, service delivery, advocacy, and information sharing needs of young people. Because young people, if we stop this infection with the young people, we'd have a better opportunity to save the world in the future. So while challenges towards completely eliminating HIV transmission in South Africa exist, an AIDS-free future is still possible. The onus is upon all of us, working with government and all its stakeholders, to advocate for communities to apply caution and take the available measures to prevent the epidemic from continuing. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the honorable clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Today, as we commemorate World AIDS Day, all our communities must unite to raise awareness about HIV and AIDS. But more importantly, to show support for those who have been diagnosed and remember all those who have been tragically lost to the disease. World AIDS Day is important because it reminds the public and government that HIV has not gone away. We cannot let up on raising awareness, fighting prejudice, and improving education on HIV diagnosis and treatment in our country. The state must ensure that existing public and private initiatives are maintained and that new ones are formed to spread awareness about the status of this pandemic and encourage progress in HIV/AIDS prevention, treatment, and care. Just last week, I asked the Deputy President in this very House what plans have been put in place to ensure continuity of HIV treatment if South Africa were to face another situation like COVID. South Africans were denied treatment during this period of time with no positive interventions from the ANC government, and it appears that government has not got a plan to address this. Brave South Africans, like Lucky Mazabuka's contribution to the fight against HIV and AIDS, particularly in helping to break down stigma associated with the virus, has helped many millions more to openly seek help and treatment. Individuals like Lucky, Nkosi Johnson, and so many more must be recognized as heroes of our country. Their courage to come forward and change the narrative around being HIV positive has made our society a more caring place. And 3 decades later, Lucky continues to fight the stigma around HIV. We must further empower adolescents and young adults to make responsible decisions about their private lives and improve their futures by changing community norms relating to attitudes, and particularly towards women, empowering them regarding their sexuality, whom they freely wish to marry, and when they feel ready to have children. To achieve this, we must strengthen health services in order for people to access sexual and reproductive health care in an environment free from judgment or bias. They need access to contraceptives, vaccinations against preventable diseases such as HPV, hepatitis, and prophylaxis. No person should feel ashamed for doing the reasonable thing and being responsible in accessing sexual health services. It is also important that we understand that we need to partner with young people to empower them, and this requires a change in strategies that lead to healthier practices and lifelong good habits. Saving lives is, of course, a moral obligation. In the long run, healthcare policy and funding must be geared to ensure the epidemic burns itself out. Unfortunately, HIV/AIDS will remain a deadly virus if treatment doesn't reach everyone who needs it, and new infections will not be stopped. Both health and social development departments need to be more aggressive in rolling out preventative treatment solutions, such as pre-exposure prophylaxis. I challenge the minister to take note and take lead.
Honourable Member,
from the
your time
DA
is now
Western
expired.
how to implement proper strategy. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Manoniso.
Thank you, our Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. Let me start by acknowledging and appreciate the work done by our elders, mostly those taking care of the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, in the absence of their parents due to this pandemic. Indeed, commemorating this day is an opportunity for every community to unite against HIV and AIDS and to show support to those infected. This year, World AIDS Day is about equalizing and integrating to end AIDS. It is important as it aimed at healthy equity, a principle the African National Congress is committed to. The South African government has created a conducive and an enabling environment for people living with HIV and AIDS from cradle to grave to thrive, and remains among the leading nations in Africa that prioritize sexual reproduction health, especially for adolescent girls and young women. Young women continue to bear the brunt of poverty and diseases. As you heard, the Deputy Minister actually gave us statistics with regards to it. This linked to their vulnerability that is worsened by the economic reality that is created an environment for patriarchy and gender-based violence to thrive. Numerous stories exist that they bear as evidence to the relationship between sexual violence and disease. One of the stories is that of a young woman in Brandfley whom one had to meet during the 16 days of activism. She shared her story at the 16 days of activism program hosted by Rotanga Neza, where I had an opportunity to participate. Her talk highlighted local issues related to the impact of the stigma and non-adherence to treatment, as well as the lack of support in communities that serves as a hindrance, especially for young women and girls to seeking help, treatment due to shame. This is unfortunately a story that is shared by thousands of young women in South Africa. It is a reality that hinders success in the treatment of HIV and requires that we elevate the work in this area. The National Department of Health Shikonka's program is a strategic program that focuses on sexual and reproductive health, in particular for adolescent girls and young women, in order to curb increase of teenage pregnancy and the spread of HIV among the youth. However, building on the work done through Shikonka's program and other strategic programs that are led by the department, the 3-year National Youth HIV Prevention Strategy 2022-2025 seeks to further integrate critical health and social services focused on youth development, social and behavioral change communication, and improve access to quality health products and services. Honorable members, we have programs that are called the Khala Kanjani campaign. The department will continue to raise awareness about HIV, TB, STIs, sexual and reproductive health, and other key pertinent to the well-being of young people by encouraging health-seeking behavior through the utilization of health and social services, reinforcing knowledge and benefit of behavioral change and prompt action. This campaign will also inform the way that the education sector intersects with health and wellness. Honorable members, it is important that every child is informed about prevention and the importance of living a safe and healthy lifestyle. We can never relax to teach them while they are young about ABC or HIV prevention. It is critical to also acknowledge that there is an important link in the education sector across basic education and higher education and training. In light of this, there are policies, strategies, and programs in place to ensure we deal with the root causes of this pandemic from an early age in academic institutions. There are efforts to prioritize programs like that focus on life skills, peer education, and talks that focus on adolescent, as I emphasize, because it actually affects young people. An example of this is work that is done by Higher Health, which is a national agency that seeks to inspire success of 2 million students, those who attend 26 universities, 50 TVET colleges across the country by improving their health and well-being. Through initiatives, it seeks to reduce the effect of health-related conditions that often student in tertiary studies and which is left unaddressed, can lead to the student delaying the completion and abandoning their studies. In all institutions, there are programs like First Thing First, Future Beats, and those that speaks about peer integrating health topics. Honorable Chairperson, we take note of the work that is being done by Science, Innovation, and Technology that has been used over the years to advance primary healthcare services. The main development that take place are in the HIV area testing for strengthening partnership with various stakeholders. The main development that have taken place as well is around the POC antibody testing and HIV treatment. We can win the fight and eliminate HIV in improving health outcomes. However, this requires that a nation stands together in this fight towards HIV-free future. If you love them, protect them and yourself, and to other health workers, let not your attitude be an excuse to those with no alternatives. Health workers must improve the customer service in our local clinics, and as well, counselors must do their work in terms of ensuring that people, they visit the nearest clinic. Those who have actually defaulted, there's a program that speaks about tracing those who have defaulted so that they can go back and start drinking their medication. Honorable members, it's upon ourselves as members of this parliament that we become custodians and activists of HIV and AIDS in terms of ensuring that we have 365 days awareness campaigns to LGBTIQA+ society, people with albinism, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. When you see symptoms, just visit your nearest clinic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Sheikh Imam. The Honorable Sheikh Imam. I'll proceed to the next speaker, who is the Honorable Ismail.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa has a dubious distinction of leading the world in terms of HIV/AIDS infections, with more than 8 million people currently living with the disease. This has, however, allowed us to become experts in treating and preventing HIV/AIDS, and also allowed our immunology experts to be at the forefront of COVID research when the global pandemic broke. Hopefully, this cooperation between international experts will continue and give life to this year's theme for World AIDS Day, that is global solidarity, shared responsibility. While South Africa has managed to continually push the envelope in terms of AIDS treatment and prevention, and is in fact well on our way to reaching UN AIDS strategy, the COVID-19 pandemic has put decades of progress at risk, and it would need a concerted and unified effort from all stakeholders to ensure that the gains of the biggest HIV/ARV treatment program in the world are not eroded. Many HIV-positive individuals had their treatment interrupted due to the myriad of challenges of the COVID pandemic. This is especially worrying, as the World Health Organization estimated that a disruption in treatment of 6 months or longer could skyrocket AIDS-related deaths by an extra 500,000 in sub-Saharan Africa. In order to ensure that South Africa's HIV/AIDS programs do not regress, the challenges identified by the healthcare professionals on the ground need to be urgently addressed. At many of my oversight visits to public healthcare facilities, doctors and nurses highlight shortages, whether medication, staff, or equipment, inadequate infrastructure, and a need for clear communication regarding the benefits and implementation of HIV/AIDS programs as barriers to ensuring that as many HIV-positive individuals as possible receive treatment. Communication and education have always been crucial to South Africa's success in dealing with HIV/AIDS, and it remains of the utmost importance as stigma is still a massive problem. A 2018 study concluded, and I quote, "AIDS-related deaths are ending, but they are leaving in their wake neoliberal ways of being and blaming, as well as a burgeoning chronically ill population whose many illnesses are not on the global health funding agenda for low-income countries. In many ways, it seems, the success of HIV/AIDS treatment has morphed the stigma away from blaming people for becoming infected to shaming them if they are struggling to stay healthy, a problem that's exacerbated by the country's cost of living crisis, especially in rural and poor communities where access to quality healthcare and regular nutritious meals might be difficult. Given that just this year, the number of estimated deaths linked to HIV/AIDS have surpassed 85,000, the ANC government will have to ramp up communication, education, and access. Doctors and nurses cannot fight this pandemic on their own. They need urgent, well-organized, and practically implementable support. Empty promises simply won't do anymore." Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sotsweb Omkhulu, Siyabonga. Honorable members who are in the house today, fellow South Africans, and in particular, the young people of South Africa. I think today is a day when we as members of the House need to pay more attention to speaking to the young people of South Africa. It is an honor for me today to be here on this important day. I firstly would like to thank the honorable members who spoke before me, and in particular, those who focused on what is to be done. Those who focused on uniting us to fight against HIV and AIDS. Those who chose to be focused on progressive statements that are going to help us deal with this. Before nje ngiqhubeka ngicela ukuthi uHonorable Wilson okhulume earlier on, wena ucontradicte omunye umember we-DA okhulume kahle la. Ngoba ekhuluma ngobe azi ukuthi this is one thing that we cannot afford to turn into a political football. It's a very serious matter. So Honorable Wilson, sacela ukuthi ke sikudonse ngendlebe kancane. Ukuthi on a day like this, ipolitiki safune kuyibeke esayidini ngo focus ekutheni abantu bakithi singabanceda kanjani ukuze bazi ukuthi isekhona i-HIV and AIDS. Ukuze bazi ukuthi njengoba sesihamba nje sesiya kokhisimusi nezinye izinto, funeka sibancede ukuthi bazicabangele kwabona. So wena Honorable Wilson, ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi umsindo angisenawo mina. Wena mawunomsindo uzosala wedwa. Bengikudonsa nje ngendlebe kancane ukuthi kowazi ukuthi masila kule platform sometimes funeka sibe progressive in our approach. Okwesibili ngicela ukubonga
If you are
wonke-
angry, you will remain alone.
ngicela ukubonga ukuthi
Honorable
wonke-
Minister, Honorable Minister, you must abide by the rules, Honorable Minister. Please, you're disrupting your colleague in cabinet.
Okay.
Please continue, Honorable Minister.
Ngicela ukubonga ikakhulukazi uDr. Thembekwayo we-EFF nomama uHlengwa we-IFP nabo bonke nje abakhulume kahle namhlanje ngoba leli ilanga elifuna ukuthi sizame ukuba united as a nation, as we have been able to be united on many other issues which are our social ills in our country. Ngibonge futhi nalaba be-ANC abakhulumile baya ngasekutheni i-education imqoka, baya ngasekutheni i-sexual and reproductive health rights zi-important. Baya ngokukhuluma nangokuthi khona ama-programs afana no-She Conquers azama ukunceda abantu basekhaya. Mina bese ngiya-add ke ngithi kuno-She Conquers sekukhona enye manje ebizwa phecelezi She Decides. Lawo ama-organization okufuneka sithi ke siwabhekisise kahle siwasupporte ngoba their focus is about helping our people. Please allow me also to say, as the different workplaces are starting to wind down and allowing their employees to join their loved ones, families, and relations during the forthcoming festive period, we appeal with each and every South African to make it their responsibility to, one, support their fellow community members, especially those living with or affected with AIDS. Two, express the forms of compassion that defines the essence of being South Africans. Three, avoid circumstances that may compromise their integrity and contribute to risky sexual and related behaviors. We continue to condemn socially irresponsible phenomena such as mantas, blessers, sugar mamas, and sugar daddies, as Deputy Minister Dlomo referred to earlier on. Four, not to consume harmful substances such as alcohol and designer drugs. Over the years, our government's resolve and priorities have been to resolutely and consistently invest in the inclusive and integrated equalization of health services and socio-economic opportunities for all our citizens who live with AIDS. This is informed by our principled belief that this is the suitable approach by which our society can realize the value of each person's capacity, capabilities. Consequently, in observing the World AIDS Day under the theme, Equalize and Integrate to End AIDS Today, all South Africa recognizes the need to intensify the HIV response trajectory that is sensible to our communities. Among our policies and strategies are the HIV prevention strategy, HIV testing service policy guidelines, the ART consolidated guidelines, the revised adherence guidelines standard operating procedure, the policy guidelines to attaining case findings, linkages to care, and adherence to treatment and retention. Program esikhuluma ngawo are the vehicles which government must use to assist our people. Henceforth, and in particular, owing to the unfounded stigmatization of HIV and AIDS, whether in our families, communities, workplace, civil society formations, or we pursue economic activities to secure dignified livelihoods. It has been proven time and time again that with the requisite levels of treatment adherence, the capabilities of people who have either tested HIV positive or live with AIDS can productively be contributed towards community building, the reconstruction of institutions, society, and the economy. On the backdrop of the multiple shocks that our society have been through in the recent years, we need all of us to innovate social, technological, and other relevant solutions of these hardships. To this, I join the majority of South Africans who are welcoming the news of Stats SA that the economy created some 204,000 jobs in the third quarter of the year. This brought down the unemployment rate to 32.9. Having said that, we stand together with all the unemployed population in every community through our country, youth, women, and men alike, in saying more needs to be done to accelerate job creating economic growth and recovery that benefits our compatriots who live with AIDS. In order for us to develop and sustain a symbiotic relationship between the contributions of fellow South Africans who live with AIDS and all society and the economy, from this point onwards, we ought to, one, particularly locate 95% of men, children and under the age of 15 and youth who live with AIDS in order for government's quality of life improvement health services to target. Consistently encourage adherence to treatment and socialize life-cherished attitudes and behaviors among all populations that are receiving clinical and other interventions. Have each South African conducting regular checkups for them to enjoy family life and optimally be productive. Chairperson, honorable members, I do want to say here that as a nation, we take time to do the checkups, which we have to do at all time. And many instances, it has got nothing to do with your state or with your education and all. We as South Africans have a problem of not going to see the doctor. We wait until we are sick, that then we have to go to a doctor. So as a Minister of Social Development, I wish to encourage all South Africans, including all of us who are sitting in this house, to make sure that we go for a regular checkup. Ours is a government that cares for its people, regardless of one's HIV status. This is a government that recognizes the valuable capabilities of all citizens towards developing our collective resilience. Central to the need for social and economic reconstruction and recovery, we are implementing is in deep recognition that, one, children, including orphan children, are South Africa's future. Two, acts of compassion are the thread that is holding our society. And this must always be understood. Compassion is very important. We must always ensure that when we see people who are struggling, we take it to ourselves to make sure that they are supported. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Order, honorable members. I now request members to stand and wait for the chairperson and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.
Long live the chair.